Chapter 955. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The silver heavenly radiance seemed to be eternal. There were many palaces on the ground, but it was silent with no signs of life. Among the palaces, there was an old tower, standing tall. This tower was covered in scars, it had over 3 million years of history. It was famous, it was the immortal Gu house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower was a huge refinement path Gu formation. In the 4 cores of the Gu formation, there were 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, 3 males and 1 female, 1 old and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that this huge Gu formation was gradually coming to a stop, the 4 heavenly court Gu immortals let out a breath of air, their tense minds gradually relaxed. Once they relaxed, Lian Jiusheng's body shook, he could not stand stably, he directly sat on the ground. The others were not much better. Bai Tsang Shui's forehead was full of sweat, Bai Qin Tian's face was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's old face had even deeper wrinkles. Any one of these 4 was a famous person in Central Continent, or even an expert in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were so tired that they were on the verge of collapse. It was as if they had fought fiercely against a strong enemy for 300 days while starving. Moreover, they didn't rest or sleep during the entire process. How could it be so easy to repair rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate? Thinking back to the difficulty of activating the Gu formation, Bai Tsang Shui and the rest rejoiced internally. In the process of repairing fate, there was a crucial step, that was to receive providence. Providence was vast and boundless, a human's will was minuscule compared to it. The 4 Gu immortals endured bitterly, barely maintaining their consciousness in the aftermath of providence. Under this situation where every second felt like a year, they persisted for hundreds of days. Finally, they succeeded. All right. This time, the repair of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success. Thank you for your hard work. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood up shakily. He looked at the center of the Gu formation, at Fate Immortal Gu floating in the air. This was Fate Immortal Gu. It looked like a black and white spider. There was a red wound on its body, it had already shrunk by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Qin Tian sighed. With this successful restoration, Fate Gu can already display 50% of its strength. Even if it's not in Heaven Overseeing Tower, it's already starting to show its use. Lian Jiusheng said excitedly. Oh. What is its use? Bai Tsang Shui didn't understand and asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired, he smiled in relief. Fate Immortal Gu's effect is fate itself. You have to know that everything in the world has its own path of life. It could not be changed. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Immortal Gu, the world became chaotic. Right now, Fate Immortal Gu had 50% of its power, its existence alone was already bringing order to the world. Before this, all the lives that have deviated from the orbit, even if they have taken a long detour, from this moment onwards, they will begin to move closer to their original destiny, and finally walk back again. At this moment, Northern Plains. The Blazing Heaven Demoness stated her true request. He finished thinking. Fang Yuan replied to the Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for the 6th request, he didn't forcefully reject it. Instead, he said that he couldn't make the decision. He would do his best to inform his master, Zishan Makoto. As for whether to discuss it further, it would depend on his master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached an initial consensus, the heavy atmosphere was greatly alleviated. After patiently discussing, both sides set a new alliance agreement on the spot. This alliance agreement was hard to violate. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experience to avoid any loopholes in the alliance agreement, it greatly increased the difficulty of violating it. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had Information Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would need at least 2 to 3 years of preparation. Only then could she violate it. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan was not an information path great grandmaster yet. After the alliance agreement was signed, Fang Yuan's safety was guaranteed. He followed the agreement. In front of his two aunts, he returned self-strength immortal Gu to He Lulan. Even though he lost self-strength immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was still satisfied with the result of the negotiation. Frankly speaking, the negotiation led by Blazing Heaven Demoness was not harsh at all. Fang Yuan's unwillingness to hand over self-strength immortal Gu was another matter. It could not be discussed for now. Fang Yuan's gains this time were already very high. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not touch Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Star Form Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention the Time Luck Immortal Gu that she obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This showed that she truly wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Be it Wisdom Path Attainment or Fixed Immortal Travel, Fang Yuan's value was huge. If they could cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not act forcefully. After all, in her heart, there was still a Zishan Makoto standing behind Fang Yuan. He Lulan received self-strength immortal Gu, with Fang Yuan's conscience backing down, she quickly refined it. Returning the item to its owner, He Lulan sighed as she activated her immortal Gu. At once, her body shook 3 times, forming 3 strength path phantoms. These 3 strength path phantoms no longer looked like the boorish men from before. Instead, they looked extremely similar to He Lulan, and their figures were almost identical beauties. Fairy Li Shan saw this and was overjoyed. Little Lan, you have finally resolved your biggest problem. You have found your true self. He Lulan nodded happily. After she killed He Cheng personally, she felt like her world had changed, her breathing became much smoother, she felt like she had a new life. These strength path phantoms in front of her were solid proof. He Lulan smiled, turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness, Aunt. Don't you want He Fan's time path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan call her Aunt, her body shook in excitement. She knew that He Lulan hated her. After all, back then, if not for her injuries, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself in the process of gathering information. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness was He Lulan's mother's killer. He Lulan continued, Next, I will return to He tribe and infiltrate it. Next, I will activate He Fan's inheritance and inherit it. No. Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan rejected her in unison. He Lulan's words made them pale with fright. Back then, Su Xian died because of this. He Lulan wanted to follow in Su Xian's footsteps. How could the 2 aunts allow the tragedy to repeat itself? Aunts, don't worry, I have been planning for this for a long time. He Lulan had already expected their reaction. She placed her hands behind her back as she walked around leisurely, analyzing calmly. Times have changed. The 4 Supreme Elders, after this battle, I'm afraid they will not dare to casually go out again. He Cheng's death has caused He tribe's reputation to plummet. In the following days, there will definitely be super forces joining hands to deal with He tribe. After all, He tribe's strength is not enough to occupy so many resources. This was a golden opportunity that only came once in a blue moon. I will infiltrate He tribe's upper echelon and seize the highest authority. This super force should have a new master. He Lulan's ambition was so great that even Fang Yuan was shocked. Old ancestor Shui who only wanted to steal a batch of resources, he even concealed his face during the entire process to prevent He tribe from taking revenge. He Lulan, however, wanted to take over He tribe. Too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness' tone was calm, but it revealed an undeniable dominance. He Lulan looked at the 2 aunts fearlessly, smiling. I know aunts care for me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood. This is the decision I have made, I am not here to discuss it with you. You can refuse to cooperate, but you have no right to interfere with my decision. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other, speechless. He Lulan knew that it was hard to achieve such a terrifying ambition by herself. If she could use her aunt's and Fang Yuan's strength, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, the risk would be greatly reduced, and the chances of success would be even higher. Alright, you can rest assured. He Lulan said as she took out a mask. This mask was brimming with the aura of an immortal gu. Attitude gu. At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze was also fixed on it. Attitude gu was a legendary immortal gu, it was recorded in the legends of Renzu, and was one of the immortal gu that Fang Yuan was pursuing. Because attitude gu was the core immortal gu of familiar face. Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move vaguely familiar face, if he fused attitude gu into it, his disguise ability would rise to another level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled expression, this gu was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave attitude gu to her. He Fengyu was spoiled rotten, as a mortal, she traveled the icy plane with an immortal gu. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious gu immortal, and disappeared without a trace. Attitude gu also disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. He Lulan's lips curled up, she played with attitude gu in her hands. That's right, I obtained this attitude gu from the northern icy plain. Fairy Li Shan was curious, Little Lan, when did you go to northern plains? Wait, don't tell me. That's right. I purposely chose to undergo my immortal ascension in the northern icy plain because I obtained clues about attitude gu. Only then could I use the power of heaven and earth during the tribulation to subdue attitude gu. Ha, I will not talk about the details. He Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She sized up He Lulan again, her heart filled with complex emotions, there was joy and also disappointment. No one knew that He Lulan had subdued attitude gu, and no one knew about it. Even she, Fairy Li Shan, was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed in her heart. He Lulan wore her mask and said plainly, from today onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped her hands and laughed, wonderful. With attitude gu and the genuine He tribe bloodline, there is a lot of room for success. Fang Yuan was shaken. Don't tell me He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 956. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan with rapt attention. He Lulan was wearing a mask, her appearance had already changed greatly. She was wearing a black gold armor, she had short hair and shining eyes, giving off a heroic aura. She had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She looked exactly the same as the Fairy Black Moon that Fang Yuan had seen in the 500 years of his previous life. Attitude gu does not affect my eyes, but my heart. What I see now is still He Lulan wearing attitude gu. But what I feel in my heart is the appearance of another person. There is no such coincidence in this world, it seems that He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon without a doubt. After Fang Yuan thought of this, he finally understood the inside story of the 500 years of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lulan became the victor of the imperial court contest, she was a tyrant in history and was assassinated. But the truth was, she did not die. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After that, she returned to Northern Plains and led Central Continent's Gu Immortals to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. Then, how did He Lulan get in contact with Spirit Affinity House? Fang Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lulan succeeded in the contest and entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, obtaining Mo Yao's will. But under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how much influence Mo Yao's will had, Fang Yuan did not know. But his intuition told him that this should be the truth of history. But in this life, because of Fang Yuan's interference after rebirth, the situation became chaotic. Mo Yao's will influenced Fang Yuan and almost caused Fang Yuan to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already created a huge influence on Central Continent in the future. The butterfly effect was truly unimaginable. But now, He Lulan is still in Northern Plains. Then, who will Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House choose to take on the role of fairy? Will it be Feng Kim Hong? Fang Yuan let his thoughts run wild. He felt that in this life, He Lulan was no longer here. Feng Kim Hong was the most likely candidate to inherit the fairy's position. Zhao Yan, you will be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you can successfully inherit this inheritance. Standing at the entrance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su Hao said to Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan looked at the door formed by a huge circle of light, and a determined expression appeared on her face. I don't care about the current generation fairy, I just want to save brother Ma Hongyun as soon as possible. Zhao Yan looked at the door formed from a huge ring of light, showing a determined expression. I don't care about the fairy of the current generation, I only want to save brother Ma Hongyun as soon as possible. Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning was standing beside Su Hao and smiled charmingly. Cute little sister, this is Thieving Heaven's inheritance. As long as you succeed in inheriting it, then you will have the strength. If you save your brother lover, there's a high chance of success. Zhao Yanyan blushed, but her eyes were clear. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator, she was not so easy to fool. Zhao Yanyan asked, I am only a mortal, can this inheritance let me immediately ascend and become a Gu Immortal? The female Gu Immortal Li Juning was stumped. In fact, she did not know the details of the inheritance. She looked at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao and continued to speak to Zhao Yanyan, even if you do not ascend immediately. After inheriting Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will be the strongest competitor for Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Don't look down on this position. As long as you become the current generation fairy, you will be able to borrow the sect's strength. Go save your brother. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, only a super force like us can deal with old ancestor Xuehu and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Yanyan nodded and did not say anything else, she walked into the light door with firm steps and vanished. Do you think she can succeed? Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning sighed, showing a worried expression. Su Hao was confident, I have already confirmed that Zhao Yanyan is an otherworldly demon. If she cannot succeed, who can? She paused. Su Hao continued, I know you are worried that the inheritance will have a difficult test. But Zhao Yanyan is only a mortal, she might not be able to pass it. But you really do not know much about this. After all these years of research, I have already confirmed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance tests qualifications the most. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can inherit the inheritance without any dangers or other tests. I wonder how much Zhao Yanyan will grow after inheriting this inheritance. Li Juning heard her husband's words and felt more at ease, she smiled, even if Zhao Yanyan becomes an immortal immediately, I will not be surprised. You know, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's doing. Compared to ascending to an immortal directly, I would rather obtain his formless hands. Back then, if I had a slightly stronger immortal killer move, I would not have lost to Fengjioge. Su Hao said this as he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with an obscure light of hatred. Any organization would have internal strife, Spirit Affinity House was naturally not an exception. After Fengjioge disappeared, many Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House had tacitly made things difficult for Fairy Bai Qing. And this couple, Su Hao and Li Juning, were the main faction of the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning smiled as she consoled her husband. Some time ago, Heaven's Envy Manor spread bad news, Ao Shui and Ling Mei, the two Gu Immortals, are confirmed dead. And there is no news of Fengjioge, he has been missing for so many days, I'm afraid he is already dead. Why bother with a dead person? Su Hao gritted his teeth unwillingly. Back then, Feng Jioge was so awe-inspiring, his words were practically absolute in the sect, he suppressed us for so many years. I was sent here to comprehend thieving heaven's inheritance because he wanted to push me out of the center of power. But fortunately, I became the person who understood thieving heaven's inheritance the most. I was in charge of this matter and had the highest authority. Otherwise, how could we openly control Zhao Yenyun? Li Juning nodded repeatedly. Right now, Feng Kim Hong is the most popular candidate to become the current generation fairy, but Zhao Yenyun has emerged as a new force. She has become the most threatening competitor to Feng Kim Hong. If we can help her ascend, not only can we suppress that bitch Bai Qing, we can also use her power to regain our authority. Zhao Yenyun had just arrived, but she had already fallen into the whirlpool of Spirit Affinity House's power struggle. She had become a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for power. As the saying goes, in the world, one had no choice. Su Hao was about to speak when his gaze suddenly focused. He was extremely shocked. Oh. She came out, so fast. In front of the two immortals. Zhao Yenyun's figure gradually appeared out of nowhere. Su Hao's tone was anxious as he said, thieving heaven's inheritance has disappeared, this means she has succeeded. Is it really that simple? Even though he had done a lot of research and was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel jealous at this moment. Li Juning had already hurried over. Zhao Yenyun had completely left the inheritance space, but at this moment, she was still somewhat muddle-headed and confused. How was it, did you succeed or not? What did he inherit? Li Juning was anxious. Li Juning was anxious, she grabbed Zhao Yenyun's delicate shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Yenyun frowned in pain. I am not too sure. After I entered, the light was very dazzling. Then, a will appeared. He told me to properly receive this rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment. Divine Concealment? Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Juning stared with wide-opened eyes. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Yenyun was very disappointed and anxious. I have not become an immortal, nor have I undergone any other changes. Can I still save Big Brother Ma Hongyun? Su Hao had already reacted. He laughed loudly, answering resolutely, of course you can. To think that this inheritance's true content was actually this. You can inherit divine concealment. This is truly a huge blessing. Rank 9 Immortal Killer move Divine Concealment. Li Juning also sighed, sighing deeply. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable created theft path and stole all the treasures in the world. Nobody could predict or deduce him. Why? It is said that thieving heaven demon Venerable had 2 great defensive killer moves. One was called Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Yenyun stared with wide eyes. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Li Juning nodded, that's right. Divine Concealment. Any thought, will, or emotion would not be able to guess your state and origin. Do you know what this means? Almost all wisdom path gu immortals in the world. Almost all probing and deduction methods are inseparable from these 3 things, thoughts, will, and emotions. And you have divine concealment. You are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path gu immortals. Rank 9 divine concealment, only a rank 9 wisdom path gu immortal can deduce you successfully. Su Hao continued, this is actually not the most amazing aspect. The most amazing aspect, even if I say it, you might not believe it. That is divine concealment, it can make a gu master immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Juning had a fascinated expression, but Zhao Yenyun was confused. Su Hao laughed, he understood that Zhao Yenyun was still immortal and not a gu immortal, he did not understand the meaning behind this. He patiently explained, providence is also a type of will. You have divine concealment, since providence cannot detect you, it will not send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped providence's detection. In the future, when you ascend to gu immortal, you will not attract any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Back then, After thieving heaven demon Venerable created divine concealment, he no longer faced any calamities and tribulations. But this has its pros and cons. Calamities and tribulations are not completely useless, they are the main way for Gu immortals to increase their Dao marks. In the future, even though you will not face any calamities or tribulations and will be extremely safe, you will not be able to increase your Dao marks through calamities and tribulations, your accomplishments will be limited. Unless you use thieving heaven demon Venerable's other methods to assist your cultivation. In historical records, thieving heaven demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Yanyan's eyes moved around as he probed. Divine concealment is so amazing, then what about ghostly concealment? Su Hao, who was speaking confidently, was stumped, while Li Juning also shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone, while the latter is extremely mysterious. There have been many speculations and opinions, but they are all unreliable. There has never been a publicly acknowledged correct answer. Su Hao said. Li Juning said in an eerie tone, but since they are equally famous, they must be extraordinary. Zhao Yanyan blinked, saying shocking words, besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. The other thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopa Valley, and the content of the inheritance there is ghostly concealment. What? The second thieving heaven inheritance. And it is hidden in Luopa Valley? Su Hao and Li Juning were shocked and overjoyed. They looked at each other with bright light shining in their eyes. Chapter 957. Su Hao and Li Juning were very sharp. The news that Zhao Yanyan brought was too important. The first thing that Su Hao and Li Juning thought of was not thieving heaven's inheritance, but Feng Jioga. Combined with the information from Central Continent's Gu immortals, they were almost certain, the reason why Feng Jioga went missing was probably because he was trapped in thieving heaven's inheritance. Thieving heaven's inheritance should have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Jioga. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal. After deducing, he said. Then what do we do now? Li Junying's words made the two fall into silence. Zhao Yanyan looked around but did not speak. The reason why she said this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains and use Spirit Affinity House's strength to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflict of Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other, communicating with their gazes. Their gazes gradually turned cold. Their tacit understanding over the years allowed them to quickly come to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and not report it for the time being. They could not wait for Feng Jioga to die. If they reported it in time, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send a rescue team. What if Feng Jioga was still alive and was rescued? After dragging on like this for 3 days, the two immortals reached their limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House were alerted and actively organized a rescue team. And the otherworldly demon Zhao Yanyan was undoubtedly the key to this rescue and was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom! With a loud sound and intense explosion, the entire giant city shook thrice. What happened? What happened? Did someone attack Dark Flow Giant City? Below Dark Flow Giant City, there was a huge commotion. It was noisy and panicked. Dark Flow Giant City was as large as a mountain range. It had 7 floors. The bottom 5 floors were the residences of mortal Gu masters. It was very lively. The next floor had people who had some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor. Only Gu immortals could move around here. At this moment, at the highest floor of Dark Flow Giant City, a column of thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dirt, Fang Yuan crawled out of the ruins of the secret chamber, coughing incessantly. The refinement of Star thought immortal Gu failed again. After setting the new alliance agreement, Fang Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He went to Dark Flow Giant City and borrowed the refinement path Gu formation of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. He was not a formation path Gu immortal. He could not construct a refinement path Gu formation of this level. Fang Yuan tried to refine star thought immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness followed the agreement and provided him with a large number of Gu refinement immortal materials. This time, the immortal materials were all very normal, not having been tampered with. Fang Yuan thus had a smooth journey until the final few steps, when the Gu refinement failed. A violent explosion suddenly occurred. Not only did the entire refinement path Gu formation shatter, the aftershock of the explosion even destroyed the secret room, alerting all the Gu immortals guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortal Gu masters of the lower level could sense it. When it comes to the last few steps, it's the subtle changes between the Dao marks that are hard to control. These Dao marks interact with each other and undergo intense changes. There is only one situation where the Dao marks can stabilize, that is rank 6 star thought immortal Gu. At this step, it is purely up to luck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it Gu masters, desolate beasts, or desolate plants, even if they had Dao marks. They had to use Gu worms to indirectly use the Dao marks. Thus, when Gu immortals refine Gu, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control the changes between the Dao marks either. This was an inappropriate analogy. Refining a rank 6 immortal Gu was like playing bowling. The Gu immortals' early preparation was to make the bowling ball in their hands move according to the trajectory they had planned. And at the end of the long path, there were 100 holes. Only when the bowling ball entered the correct hole could the Gu refinements succeed. The Gu immortal could at most guarantee that the bowling ball would roll according to their plan in the early and middle stages of the path. At the latter half of the path, the ground was uneven and full of holes, the bowling ball's rolling trajectory would change at will and the Gu immortal could not influence it. Therefore, whether or not the bowling ball could get into the only hole depended on luck. Although Blazing Heaven Demoness is no longer tampering with the immortal materials, her assistance is not free, I need to repay her. Refining immortal Gu is too difficult and the success rate is too low. Maybe I can ask the land spirit of Langia, he should have some powerful refinement path immortal Gu or some special refinement path methods that can increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. In history, Long-Hair Ancestor was known as the #1 immortal of all time in refinement path. The number of immortal Gu he refined in his life was shocking. Although Long-Hair Ancestor died, he left behind the land spirit and the intact Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement failed again and he was even injured. He decided to seek guidance from the land spirit of Langya and seek a breakthrough, even if he had to pay a terrible price. I suggest you try refining a strength path immortal Gu first. At this time, Fairy Li Shan walked over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could not stay in Snowy Mountain blessed land any longer. Ever since the battle of killing He Cheng, Fairy Li Shan had been staying in Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was also exposed, everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness had led a group of immortal zombies to obstruct the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain blessed land, they were very accurate and efficient. Actually, it was Fairy Li Shan who had secretly leaked the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, although she was bound by the Snowy Mountain Alliance agreement, she was very good at it and only suffered light injuries after breaking the agreement to help Blazing Heaven Demoness. How could old ancestor Shuehu tolerate such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced that he would expel Fairy Li Shan and view her as the enemy of Snowy Mountain blessed land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the largest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was also welcomed by Zombie Alliance. With her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness, she was naturally one of them. Moreover, she was a great contributor to Zombie Alliance in suppressing old ancestor Shuehu. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was highly respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan felt that Fairy Li Shan's words had a deeper meaning. He frowned. Fairy, please enlighten me. Fairy Li Shan sighed. The situation has changed. I'm afraid Big Sister's assistance in refining Star Thought immortal goo will have to stop for some time. Why? Fang Yuan did not understand. Could it be that the alliance agreement had just been signed? She, Blazing Heaven Demoness, wanted to break the agreement? That was unlikely. Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the one who suggested funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought immortal goo. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason in detail. Fang Yuan understood now. It turned out that Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui who reached a compromise, Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance stopped fighting. This had a huge impact on Northern Plains. The conflict between the two factions had already attracted a lot of attention. Even the other regions had their eyes on this place. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui who knew their limits, they reached a compromise. This chaotic conflict quickly calmed down. Northern Plains Righteous Path Forces. They were still watching excitedly, wanting to see a good show of dogs biting each other. At once, they were caught unprepared. After the battle ended, other than rewards, Zombie Alliance's headquarters also gave them a mandatory mission. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together and use all the resources they had to refine a giant immortal goo formation. This goo formation's only use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If they encountered a situation similar to Old Ancestor Shui Hu's theft, the goo formation would activate. It would defend. If they could not defend, the power of the goo formation could transport these immortal zombie corpses out of Northern Plains. This time, Zombie Alliance's spending is too shocking. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the other 3 branches, including the headquarters, are also constructing this giant immortal goo formation. Just the immortal goo we have here will be using 13. We will also have countless supplementary mortal goo. Most of the immortal goo will be sent by the headquarters, a small portion will be refined by our branch. So now, Dark Flow Giant City will gather almost all the immortal zombies to refine goo on a large scale. Dark Flow Giant City's storage is definitely not enough. The immortal zombies will have to pay for it themselves. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would have to pay for it themselves. They would not be contributing for free. Zombie Alliance's headquarters would give out a large number of contribution points, far more than the usual amount. It was used to compensate the members. This was a rarely seen action by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. The huge compensation of contribution points stimulated the immortal zombie members' passion for goo refinement. As long as they participated in the mission and consumed the immortal materials, regardless of success or failure, they would be able to exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. This was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Moreover, after this goo formation was created, Zombie Alliance's graveyard would no longer be a problem. The immortal zombies of Zombie Alliance were also happy to see the creation of this super large immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea could not return to Eastern Sea for the time being. They stayed here to refine immortal goo and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more so, thus she could not continue to subsidize Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought immortal goo was obstructed. He could not even use the goo refinement secret room anymore. He had already removed the Zombie Alliance agreement. As the leader of the branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this authority. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were outsiders. But Fairy Li Shan was much more popular than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but frown, thinking, it seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance also had this huge plan and succeeded in the end. But the reason was not the matter of Old Ancestor Shui Hu stealing the graveyard. It seems that history has its own way. In this life, Zombie Alliance is setting up this super large immortal goo formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop this, of course. Zombie Alliance had an enormous force. Blazing Heaven Demoness was only a leader of a Zombie Alliance branch, but she was already suppressing Fang Yuan. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan had great value and moved Blazing Heaven Demoness, making her choose to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have died already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he deserved. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions seem to be violating our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan looked at Fairy Li Shan and said. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. Blazing Heaven Demoness had indeed violated the agreement. According to the content of the alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to pay Fang Yuan a huge amount of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan gave up on it willingly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay. Otherwise, she would suffer the backlash of the alliance agreement and be heavily injured. Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite regretful about this. If she had known this would happen, why would she subsidize Fang Yuan? Wouldn't it have been better to change the conditions? Even if she had subsidized him, she would not have violated the agreement by changing the method. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not expect Zombie Alliance's generosity. Since Fang Yuan did not relent, she could only compensate him. Chapter 958. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was very satisfied with Blazing Heaven Demoness' compensation. Firstly, the immortal materials that Blazing Heaven Demoness had provided to Fang Yuan were all written off. Fang Yuan did not need to make any repayment. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness had lent 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan, as well as a large number of Mortal Goo. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, along with countless Mortal Goo, could form the Fire Path Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She funded Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, paying a large number of precious immortal materials. But in the end, Fang Yuan did it for nothing. He did not need to repay Blazing Heaven Demoness anything. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with those immortal materials, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of practical experience. He was very familiar with the process of refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan already knew the details of the Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. What immortal goo to use as the core, how many supplementary mortal goo were needed, the sequence of activation of the goo worms, he knew all of these details. But to use this killer move, there was a condition: the Goo Immortal's Fire Path Dao marks had to be expended. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this point. It was a small trap in the alliance agreement. She wanted to use this to increase her control over Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any Fire Path Dao marks. If he wanted to use Nirvana Fire to revive, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to use Nirvana Fire on him personally. Fang Yuan's previous plan was to modify the Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire, to use another Immortal Goo as the core, but it would have the same or similar effect. And the new core Immortal Goo would be the Immortal Goo that Fang Yuan currently had. This modification was very difficult. Ordinary Wisdom Path Goo Immortals did not have this confidence, but Fang Yuan was very confident. The reason was his Hu Immortal Blessed Land contained Wisdom Goo. The effect of rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply amazing. Fang Yuan had to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive. But he could only use it once per Immortal Aperture. After rebirth, he could not use Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan improved the Nirvana Flame, he could freely turn into an immortal zombie or a living person. Wisdom Goo would continue to provide Fang Yuan with immeasurable support. Blazing Heaven Demoness is short on funds. She needs to use her own money to refine Immortal Goo and complete Zombie Alliance's mandatory missions. He could only lend these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo. If it weren't for this situation, even if I took the initiative to ask, she wouldn't have lent it to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, my deductions will be improved. It's extremely convenient. Fang Yuan was very glad about this. Zombie Alliance's Goo formation plan had unexpectedly made him one of the beneficiaries. In the following days, Fang Yuan bathed in the halo of wisdom all day and night, using all his strength to deduce and focus on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal Zombies and refined enough Exert Strength Mortal Goo. He even obtained a 60-year lifespan Goo. With all three, he could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method at the next moment. He would become a living Goo Immortal and obtain a high-grade Life and Death Immortal Aperture Blessed Land. But after obtaining the Nirvana Flame, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness interfered. As a result, Fang Yuan could not plot against He Lulan and obtain a super-grade Blessed Land. But due to the circumstances, he obtained the Nirvana Flame, and if everything went smoothly, he could use Wisdom Goo in the future. Between this gain and loss, whether it was a profit or a loss, Fang Yuan was unable to determine it immediately. While Fang Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Zhao Yenyun had already secretly entered Luopa Valley. She was the key to saving Feng Jioge. And the rescue team of Spirit Affinity House that accompanied her only had one person. Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 cultivation level. It was enough to deal with any challenge. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Goo Immortal. He was an external supreme elder of a super force, Gong tribe. But he did not have the Huang Jin bloodline, and because of some grudges with Gong tribe. As a result, he lived outside all year round. In fact, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. He was the most important spy that a Central Continent force had secretly placed in Northern Plains after expending a huge amount of effort and resources. He was mainly in charge of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Originally, Prince's Impatience could not be touched. Once any traces were found, Prince's Impatience's hundreds of years of hiding would be useless. But it was different when it came to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was the signature of Spirit Affinity House. He was currently suppressing Central Continent. Once he advanced to rank 8, with his talent and ability, he would become an expert among rank 8s in the future. His survival meant more benefits for them. His life or death would change the balance of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and even the structure of Central Continent's Goo Immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House did not hesitate to activate the hidden pawn, Prince's Impatience, to save him. Prince's Impatience and Zhao Yenyun, one immortal and one mortal, strolled in Luopa Valley. Lord, I would like to ask you. If I save Lord Feng Jioge, will I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy? While walking, Zhao Yenyun asked. Prince's Impatience was wearing a mask, his figure was blurry, like he was shrouded in a layer of fog, his true appearance was not revealed. He laughed softly. It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Jioge, I'm afraid this matter is almost certain. I heard that his daughter, Feng Kim Hong, is the #1 contender for this position. But if you become her father's benefactor, she might withdraw from this competition. Is that so? Zhao Yenyun's eyes shone with hope. Although she had the soul of an adult, after coming to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative and obedient, not hiding anything. Because she had a deep understanding of this world. Without strength, no matter how intelligent one was, they were like rootless duckweed. When the wind blew, they would be blown away, drifting with the currents. She understood that if she wanted to save Ma Hongyun, she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House. But it was not realistic for Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Yenyun had already understood Spirit Affinity House's rules. Every generation's fairy would be nurtured by the sect with all their might. In Spirit Affinity House's history, almost all of these fairies had become Goo Immortals. Many of them had great battle strength and held the main authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, hold on. Zhao Yenyun prayed for Ma Hongyun inwardly. Prince's Impatience suddenly stopped. Found it, it is here. Using the Immortal Goo from Spirit Affinity House, Prince's Impatience obtained an Immortal Killer move that could detect Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Using this killer move, he had to move slowly. Prince's impatience brought Zhao Yanyan along and walked for over 2 hours. Finally, in the huge Luopa Valley, they found the exact location of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Prince's impatience activated his immortal goo. After several minutes, a door of light opened. Whoosh! The door of light had just opened when an intense gust of wind blew towards them. Prince's impatience was shocked. Why is there the winds of assimilation here? He quickly activated his immortal goo and used a killer move, grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation condensed into a ball. It was firmly held in Prince's impatience's hand. But soon, Prince's impatience's hand shook intensely, even his expression turned pale. Quickly go in, I can only hold on for a while. Zhao Yanyan quickly responded. Although she could not see Prince's impatience's expression, she could hear how anxious he was from his tone. Zhao Yanyan stepped in and saw a familiar scene. Just like the previous inheritance space, this place was also empty. The only thing that was different were the dozen or so winds of assimilation. They were like giant pillars. They moved slowly in the space. Zhao Yanyan's heart was pounding. Although she did not recognize the winds of assimilation, she knew its power from that Gu Immortal's performance earlier. You are finally here. Quickly come to me. A voice suddenly entered Zhao Yanyan's ears. Zhao Yanyan was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I am Feng Jioge, quickly, come to me. The voice was extremely weak, like an old man at the end of his life. Zhao Yanyan was hesitant. She could tell that the voice came from one of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Yanyan also found that all of the winds of assimilation in the space were revolving around the one at the center. It moved slowly, accumulating its strength. It was like a group of lions eyeing their prey. Don't worry, you are an otherworldly demon. You are recognized by the Thieving Providence Journal. The winds of assimilation here are harmless to you. Feng Jioge paused for a moment before saying with difficulty, didn't you come here to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this Thieving Heaven inheritance. Zhao Yanyan licked her dry lips. She knew she had to make a decision now. Time waited for no one. Zhao Yanyan carefully approached one of the winds of assimilation. The strength of the tornado was very restrained. Zhao Yanyan only felt a light breeze as she stood beside the wind pillar. She stretched out her trembling hand, gritting her teeth as she put her hand into the tornado. If other Gu Immortals saw this, they would gasp in shock. But Zhao Yanyan was fearless because she was ignorant. She did not know about the power of the winds of assimilation. She chose to believe in Feng Jioge. Just like what Feng Jioge said, the winds of assimilation that gave Prince's impatience a headache had no effect on Zhao Yanyan. In fact, when Zhao Yanyan put her hand into the winds of assimilation shrunk at an observable speed, vanishing completely in a few breaths of time. Feng Jioge's voice came again. See, I was right, right? The inheritance space here has power that surpasses the winds of assimilation. It will not be destroyed by them. You are an otherworldly demon. You have obtained the recognition of this space. With this space protecting you, you will not be in any danger. Zhao Yanyan was overjoyed. Lord Feng Jioge, I will save you now. She charged into the wind pillars, rampaging through them. Wherever she went, the winds of assimilation would vanish. Eventually, she reached the center, easily dispersing the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Jioge. Next, she saw that Feng Jioge was sitting in the air, 10 feet above the ground. His face was rosy, his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tightly. Lord Feng Jioge. Zhao Yanyan called out softly. Feng Jioge slowly opened his eyes, his gaze was gentle like jade. He did not speak, instead opening his right palm for Zhao Yanyan to see. On his right palm, 2 words were written in blood. Zhao Yanyan looked at it in confusion, before looking at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge smiled faintly at her, and then his entire body suddenly disintegrated like sand and dust, dissipating on the spot. Zhao Yanyan was stunned. Chapter 959. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Because the flow of time was different, more than half a month had passed here. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing silently as usual. Here, he did not need to use vaguely familiar face, he revealed his immortal zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat cross-legged like a black reef. But in his mind, there were countless starlights shining, a vast number of star thoughts colliding intensely. Huff. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely exhausted expression. He stood up with difficulty, the long period of intense thinking had caused his head to swell, he felt dizzy. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low, he could only make deductions for 7 days and 7 nights at most. After 7 days and 7 nights, he would not be able to hold on, he needed to rest. His mind was like a burning boiler, it needed to be cooled down in time. If it was not cooled down, his mind would suffer serious damage. After so many days, I have only made 20% progress in modifying Nirvana fire. And this is with the help of the light of wisdom. If I had to complete it myself, I would need several years of hard work to achieve this result. Immortal killer moves were extremely hard to conceive. The killer move Nirvana fire was even more exquisite. Using Fire Path to describe the profundity of life and death, if not for Blazing Heaven Demoness being a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have been able to create this move. Fang Yuan left the underground cave, returning to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, he was refreshed. But according to his past experiences, Fang Yuan needed to rest for a whole night before he could fully recover. Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not have any astronomical phenomenon yet, it did not differentiate between day and night. But if there was, it was night time now. There were still 4 to 6 hours left. Fang Yuan did not want to waste this time, he activated Connecting Heaven Gu, his thoughts entering jewel yellow skies. During this period of time, he selectively threw out some rank 8 immortal materials, exchanging for a large amount of food to feed his immortal Gu. Of course, Fang Yuan kept the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials with him. The rank 8 immortal materials sold were the lowest quality goods in the inventory. Even so, it still caused a commotion in the jewel yellow skies. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Fang Yuan to pass this round of immortal Gu feeding smoothly. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I might have to worry about this for a long time. Fang Yuan was already feeling the heavy burden of feeding immortal Gu. He had too many immortal Gu on him now. Very few Gu immortals. He had so many immortal Gu. Feeding these immortal Gu was a huge burden. Actually, quality of immortal Gu was more important than quantity. Like Shuesong Zi, he only had 1 immortal Gu, but after Shadow Sect taught him an entire set of immortal killer moves, he had no weaknesses in battle. This situation was making full use of the immortal Gu. The most logical and normal situation is to feed a few immortal Gu and use them as cores to create different immortal killer moves. To deal with all kinds of situations. Fang Yuan also knew this, but he had no choice. These immortal Gu could not be sold easily. Transactions between immortal Gu were rare, even if they were carried out, they would be exchanging Gu for Gu. The final transaction in Jewel Yellow Skies was finalized. Fang Yuan's work of feeding immortal Gu had come to an end for now. As for the refinement of Star Thought immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had put it aside. He still had a rank 6 immortal Gu recipe for all-out effort Gu, he did not intend to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal Gu, causing his battle strength to fall greatly. The success rate of refining immortal Gu was too low, in order to refine Star Thought immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had suffered a lot. Right now, when he heard about refining immortal Gu, he felt a little nauseous. Towards the Zombie Alliance immortals who were refining immortal Gu, he felt some pity and sympathy. He did not lack immortal Yuan Stone now. But most of his funds were invested in the construction of Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan was also slightly distracted. Star Form Land's spirit had been working tirelessly, according to Fang Yuan's plans, constructing and modifying the homeland. Right now, Star Form Blessed Land's construction was progressing. There was already 40% progress. But with the revival method, Fang Yuan's need for Star Form Blessed Land was no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan did not intend to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources to Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were peaceful and fulfilling. His focus was on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Right now, everything was ready, he only needed the final push. As long as Nirvana Fire's modification was completed, Fang Yuan would revive and create a high-grade Life and Death Immortal Aperture. Next, he would move all the important resources in the Blessed Land into his own Immortal Aperture. This was the safest and most convenient method. Undeniably, once this plan succeeded, Fang Yuan's future would be bright. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He was not impatient at all, even though he had been pursuing this goal for a long time. The 500 years of his previous life had trained him to be extremely patient. But just as he was preparing to rest for the night and modify his killer move, He Lulan asked for help. You definitely cannot imagine what I found in He Cheng's soul. Through the Stargate, He Lulan excitedly came to Fang Yuan. After He Cheng died, his soul was captured by He Lulan. These days, He Lulan had obtained many shocking news from He Cheng's soul. What shocked her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains, I need you to help me obtain Luopa Valley. Don't worry, I will give you sufficient compensation. We need to move quickly, before anything bad happens. He Lulan was swift and decisive. Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan sighed, thinking of the open-door Gu and closed-door Gu in his hands. He had clues about Luopa Valley long ago, but he had been occupied by other matters and did not go there. Now, after He Lulan shared the information with him, he was secretly glad that he was prudent. Luopa Valley was clearly occupied by Shadow Sect long ago, they had made it their headquarters. If Fang Yuan had rashly gone there earlier, without sufficient strength, he would have been easily captured by the enemy. Even if he resisted to the death. The difference between them and the enemy was too great, there was little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lulan's eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed. Luopa Valley is occupied by Central Continent Gu Immortals. But Central Continent Gu Immortals are outsiders, they cannot stay here for long. We just need to release some information. We can force them to escape. He Lulan and Fang Yuan did not know that the Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Fang Yuan's intelligence gathering had always been weak. Northern Plains relied on Fairy Li Shan. As for Zhongzhou State, Crane Gate would never reveal the secret to him. This group of people should be investigating the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. They're here for us. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but they found out about the Shadow Sect instead. He Lulan chuckled. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, compared to this, I am more concerned about that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So this person is a member of the Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by the Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Gu Immortal exposed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, He Cheng was on the battlefield, thus he knew this precious information. Sigh, there are actually many secretive Gu Immortals and Gu Master Forces. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, and many of its members are involved in other organizations. What's so strange about that? He Lulan said indifferently. The Shadow Sect must not be underestimated. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression, the members of the Shadow Sect are not afraid of sacrificing themselves, this mysterious organization's loyalty is too high. Fang Yuan learned of the name Shadow Sect. This was not the first time. Back in southern border, he had heard of it from Cho Jiu. Fang Yuan also knew that the door of life and death was inside the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. But he had never thought of doing so. The reason was that he did not have high strength. There was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land without attracting attention. Moreover, the Shadow Sect was mysterious and unfathomable, it spanned across southern border and northern plains, it was not to be trifled with. Alright, let's not talk about this. Luopa Valley is right in front of us, I invite you and my 2 aunts to explore it together. We will divide our gains according to the alliance agreement. He Lulan said anxiously. Fang Yuan understood her anxiousness. This opportunity. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. He still had the open door goo and closed door goo, he also wanted to know about these 2 goo worms. Could they allow him to have a different encounter in Luopa Valley? But before taking action, some things had to be discussed. You want to monopolize Luopa Valley. I don't agree. Fang Yuan said resolutely. He Lulan stared angrily, her eyes shining with a murderous light. What do you mean? I was the one who discovered the information about Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan smiled, telling her the exact location of Luopa Valley. He Lulan was extremely astonished, looking at Fang Yuan as if she had seen a ghost. She had held back earlier, she clearly did not tell this important information to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out open door goo and closed door goo. Just like how He Lulan exposed attitude goo, these goo worms had to be used anyway, she could not hide it, she might as well tell it to the public. He Lulan snorted coldly, looking at Fang Yuan with disdain. Without my information, you dare to go there? By the time you are willing to go, the opportunity will have already been lost. Fang Yuan smiled, don't be so agitated. I just want to say that your information is not as important as you think. But He Lulan was very agitated. Next, an intense argument ensued. Both sides argued until their faces were red, they did not have any demeanor of a goo immortal, they finally reached a compromise. The ownership of Luopa Valley was divided. Blazing Heaven Demonis had 50%, Fairy Li Shan had 20%, He Lulan had 20%, and Fang Yuan had 10%. He Lulan was very crafty and shrewd, she used her 2 aunts' influence to force Fang Yuan to lower his head. However, although 10% of the ownership was small, it achieved Fang Yuan's goal. As long as he had the usage rights, it was enough. Fang Yuan had never thought that he could monopolize this Luopa Valley. After all, Blazing Heaven Demonis was supporting He Lulan from behind. However, Blazing Heaven Demonis was busy refining goo, and as a rank 8, her every action was very attention-grabbing. She conveyed, anyway, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, even if he was in danger, she could save him in time. Thus, only Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan made the trip. Oh no, someone entered Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hiding outside and guarding this place, saw Fang Yuan and the rest and quickly reported this information. Chapter 960. Ever since Hui Fengzi surrendered, he was controlled by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. After Central Continent's Gu immortals retreated, they ordered him to guard this place. He had just joined Central Continent, he was not willing to do so, he was only a temporary fighter, he was not qualified to know Princess Impatience's true identity. He only knew that an immortal had entered Luopa Valley, while he had to guard the entrance for them. He was controlled by others, he had to work for Central Continent. Seeing He Lulan and the rest, he quickly used information path methods to inform Princess Impatience in Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience quickly learned of the news, his right hand was still trembling. It was not easy to get rid of the winds of assimilation. From this, Princess Impatience could not help but admire Feng Jioge. He could actually resist the winds of assimilation for so long. He could not understand how he did it. Unfortunately, Feng Jioge had already died. The inheritance of thieving heaven's true inheritance was very fast. As long as one's identity was verified as an otherworldly demon, the thieving heaven inheritance would belong to them. After Feng Jiuge died, only Zhao Lianyun was left in the inheritance space. Thus, she successfully inherited this true inheritance, ghostly concealment. Just earlier, she returned to Prince's impatience and brought news of Feng Jiuge's death to the latter. Sigh, I was too late. Prince's impatience sighed in his heart. Next, he placed his hand on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder and quickly left with her. Soon, the immortal and mortal were nowhere to be seen. Right now, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship was widely known. Prince's impatience did not intend to make a move. The circle of rank 8 Gu immortals was actually very small. In the whole of Northern Plains. On the surface, there were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. Old Ancestor Shuehu, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Yao Huang, Prince's Impatience, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie. She could barely get into this circle. One could say, these 6 were very familiar with each other. They had sparred with each other quite a number of times. To put it in an exaggerated way, one could even recognize the owner of a fart, and even if it turned into ashes, one could recognize it. If the Prince's Impatience wanted to act against Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, it would definitely draw out Blazing Heaven Demoness. In Prince's Impatience's opinion, perhaps the Blazing Sky Demoness was already hiding in the surroundings. The Prince's Impatience had a special identity, so they could not act rashly. If they were to fight and the Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized him, it would be bad. Why would Prince's Impatience appear in Luopa Valley? Gu immortals were not fools. It was easy to guess that the Prince's Impatience had a secret connection with the Shadow Sect or the forces of Zhongzhou State. Don't forget that Wisdom Path Gu immortals still existed in this world. Prince's Impatience considered the big picture and cautiously retreated, trying to avoid leaving behind clues and evidence for the Wisdom Path Gu immortals to deduce. He Lulan and the rest still did not know that they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke through the seal's disguise and entered Luopa Valley, looking around. Luopa Valley was in a mess. This legendary valley had experienced the 100 Days battle and was almost half destroyed. Moreover, the main part of the valley was already beyond recognition. There were Gu formations set up by Gu immortals everywhere. Some of these Gu formations were set up by the Shadow Sect, while some were set up by the Central Continent Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming. There was no doubt. These Gu formations had an extremely bad influence on the environment of Luopa Valley. As a result, the fog and Luopa winds that blew in Luopa Valley all year round were nowhere to be seen. The 3 started to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan found some White Lotus giant silkworm Gu remains. He sighed. It was a pity. From He Lulan, he knew that Luopa Valley once had a vast number of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. But after the 100 Days battle, there were not many left and the Central Continent Gu immortals cleaned up the battlefield. There was simply nothing left for him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus giant silkworm Gu from the jewel yellow skies and fed the immortal Gu cleansed soul to its fullest. The facts proved that the foundation of those older generation Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough bargaining chips to make them take action and carry out the transaction. Under the watchful eyes of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan used open door Gu and closed door Gu. There was no reaction. Open door Gu and closed door Gu were left behind by thieving heaven demon venerable, but this place had already been occupied by the Shadow Sect. They had set up Gu formations everywhere and turned this place into a stronghold, a fortress. Fang Yuan sighed. He understood that thieving heaven's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else. The most likely one was the Shadow Sect. However, he had not guessed correctly on this point. The one who truly obtained thieving heaven's true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun. It was a Central Continent force. In fact, he had just obtained the inheritance not long ago. Prince's Impatience came to save Feng Jiuge too late. Fang Yuan came to Luopa Valley too late. Even if thieving heaven demon Venerable left behind an inheritance, so many years have passed. It is normal for it to be taken away by others. Luopa Valley is the true treasure. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan knew that she was implicitly urging him to get to work. Fang Yuan nodded and activated his immortal goo, pulling up the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan cooperated closely at the side. Countless goo worms flew around. They actually took away Luopa Valley directly. Outside, Hui Fengzi was secretly watching and was shocked at this scene. Prince's impatience was also surprised. He did not expect that He Lolan's side even had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince's impatience unprepared. He hesitated for a while, but decided to hold back and watch from the side. After an hour, Fang Yuan finally succeeded and kept Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture. There should still be immortal apertures left here, but to be safe, we should leave first. Ever since He Lulan failed the tribulation, she had become more tactful. Her rash aura had completely disappeared. Even though Luopa Valley was in ruins, with Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to other immortal apertures, Luopa Valley's value was even more difficult to replace. During the 100 Days battle, many Gu immortals died here. After they died, the immortal apertures that were left behind should have turned into blessed lands, hidden in the void here. Fang Yuan could take Luopa Valley. But he could not take these blessed lands away. But now was not the time to explore. He kept Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly left. They left quite quickly, they are quite sensible. Far away, Prince's impatience watched the three leave with a cold gaze. Even though he could not fight, he had Swordmaster Yulan and Lu Yao, two female Gu immortals. Besides that, he had a secret force. Prince's impatience had been in northern plains for hundreds of years. He had accumulated a lot of strength. Originally, he wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan and the rest, but they left too quickly. He could not catch up. Prince's impatience looked at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luopa Valley had already been taken away. This place had become an empty wasteland. Even though the aura of the immortal Gu was hidden, experts could still see traces of it. So many Gu immortals died here. These immortal apertures themselves were a huge source of resources. Prince's impatience would not give up. The central continent Gu immortals behind him would not give up either. They would definitely take them back. As for their immortal Gu, there was no need to think about them, they were definitely destroyed. And taking back immortal apertures, especially immortal apertures that were in other regions, was a troublesome and difficult matter. I hope this trouble doesn't come to me. Don't put the blame on me, let the 9 great ancient sects worry about it. Feng Jioga died because of the winds of assimilation, nothing was left behind. Only 2 bloody words were left behind. I will first take Zhao Yenyun and this important information. Send them back to the sect. Prince's impatience thought of this and did not stay any longer. He immediately left with Zhao Yenyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still here, guarding the blessed land. This is the blessed land. He Lulan brought Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan into the blessed land left behind by He Cheng. This blessed land was clearly made up of dark path and soul path Dao marks. The entire blessed land was dark and gloomy, it gave off a gloomy feeling. At the center of the blessed land, there was a huge forest. Every tree had different forms, they resembled female bodies. This was the special resource that He Cheng grew in his immortal aperture. Such trees did not exist in nature, He Cheng could be said to be its creator. Therefore, this vast forest of female bodies could be considered a unique resource. He Lulan had already thought of the location of Luopa Valley, she called the land spirit. The blessed land's land spirit had a unique appearance, it was a green vine. The vine was like clothes, it was attached to the familial love that Su Xian left for He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan said with a sigh, introducing to Fang Yuan, the land spirit's condition is to stay with Su Xian heir forever. Thus, after Little Lan left third sister's familial love here, she easily gained control of this place. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised to think that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was Su Xian heir. It could be seen that he truly loved Su Xian heir. Even when he died, he thought of her. Humans were very complicated creatures. In the mortal world, most people in this world did not fully understand themselves even when they died. Little Lan, you are back. Su Xian heir looked at He Lulan with affection, her gaze was filled with love. Mother. Su Xian heir called out softly, before giving an order to the land spirit. The land spirit brought the three and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, they appeared on the other side of the blessed land. The land spirit had the ability to teleport. It meant that this blessed land had many space path down marks. And Fang Yuan's star form blessed land had fewer space path down marks. Star form land spirit did not have this ability. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan placed Luopa Valley down. Fairy Li Shan saw that it was a success. She smiled. Fang Yuan, you have Dang Hun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, we actually control 3 of them. Looking at Luopa Valley below him, Fang Yuan could not help but reveal some anticipation. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation, praised by spectral soul demon Venerable. Fang Yuan had already obtained endless benefits from Dang Hun Mountain. He wondered what kind of improvements this Luopa Valley would bring him. Chapter 961. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. Of the 15 Gu immortals in the sect, more than half of them had come with their true bodies. This was a rare sight. Sect meetings were held every once in a while. The Gu immortals only needed to leave behind a portion of their will or feelings to discuss. But now, 8 Gu immortals were participating in this meeting. Among them were the only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this was Feng Jioge's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals felt unease and uncertainty in the future. This time, I have gathered everyone here to announce an important piece of news. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat, looking around as she said in a low voice. Spirit Affinity House had an obvious difference from the other 9 sections. They had many female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu immortals, but only 5 male Gu immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both rank 8 female immortals. At this moment, all the immortals in the hall were looking at first Supreme Elder's face. The first Supreme Elder was expressionless. However, the second Supreme Elder beside her had a gloomy expression. The Gu immortals observed their expressions and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next sentence of the first Supreme Elder was like a heavy boulder that smashed into everyone's hearts. It has been confirmed that Feng Jioge died in Northern Plains. He died in the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything, only a message written in blood. The immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who had personally participated in this meeting, felt her head become dizzy, and her face suddenly turned pale. Even though they were mentally prepared. But when they heard this news, they were still in disbelief. Someone as strong as Feng Jioge actually died in Northern Plains. On the contrary, those Gu immortals who were weaker than him were mostly alive. They returned to the sect. To speak the truth, when Feng Jioge left, no one had expected such an outcome. For a long time, Feng Jioge's strong image was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House, he even became a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt a sense of loss and emptiness. Even Su Hao and Li Juning from the Anti-Phoenix faction felt the same way. First Supreme Elder continued, the information path Gu Worm in front of you has a detailed record of this matter. Let's take a look first. The Gu immortals placed their consciousnesses into the Gu worms. Sigh, Lord Fengjioge's death in the winds of assimilation is not a disgrace to his reputation. After a long while, a Gu immortal spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. Fairy Baiqing closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Intense grief and pain engulfed her like a surging tsunami. She loved Fengjioge so deeply. Similarly, Fengjioge loved her the same way. In her mind, she recalled the scene when she was sending him off. Who would have thought that it would be the last time she saw her husband? Fate made fools of people. Now, I am alive, but you are dead. I am in the central continent, but you died in the northern plains. Fairy Baiqing didn't dare to open her eyes, she was afraid of opening them. Her tears would fall uncontrollably. She tried to think of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong, as she reminded herself in her heart, "Oh Baiqing. Baiqing, you have to be strong. At this time. Don't let others see your weak side." She breathed in deeply, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were moist, her pupils were bloodshot. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were talking about Fengjioge's final words in blood. Before Fengjioge died, he wrote the 2 words Baiqing. What did he mean? In my opinion, this clue is very important. Fengjioge must have comprehended something under the immense pressure of death. Unfortunately, when he saw Zhao Yenyun, he was already on the verge of death. He did not have the strength to say anything. He left behind a crucial clue for us. Fengjioge is investigating the truth behind 88-point Jinyang Tower's collapse in northern plains. What does that have to do with Baiqing? Fengjioge and Baiqing are very similar. Back then, Baiqing was much stronger than Fengjioge. He was at the peak of Central Continent back then. Even Celestial Court Gu immortals had to yield to him. That was the most glorious era of our Spirit Affinity House. Back then, many people thought highly of him. They thought he could become a sword path immortal venerable. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. We also know about Baiqing's information. I only want to know, why did Fengjioge leave behind the 2 words Baiqing before his death? What did he want to express? The hall was silent for a while, before a Gu immortal spoke. Everyone, have you forgotten? In the previous information, Fengjioge's opponent, Qin Baisheng, used 5-finger fist heart sword. And this killer move was created by Baiqing. It was his signature killer move. Fengjioge is saying that the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower has something to do with Baiqing. According to my guess, he must have felt that since the other party had 5-finger fist heart sword, it was more or less related to Baiqing. And Baiqing is a Gu immortal of our Spirit Affinity House. We will have an advantage in investigating him. This is an important clue. Indeed. Baiqing died under the heavenly tribulation back then. Not even his ashes were left behind. How could his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu immortal? The Gu immortals discussed for a while. They all had different opinions, but none of them were reliable. The first Supreme Elder slowly raised her hand. Her action caused the hall to quickly quiet down. No matter what, Baiqing's matter needs to be investigated. I will leave this task to you, Baiqing. Hearing the first Supreme Elder suddenly calling her name, Fairy Baiqing immediately turned her head, looked at the first Supreme Elder, and hurriedly responded. These were her husband's last words. Fairy Baiqing would definitely do her best to investigate this clue and find the truth. The news of Fengjioge's death is only known to us. Try to hide it. Anyone who reveals it will be punished as a traitor to the sect. First Supreme Elder shouted coldly. Next, we will discuss the deployment of the sect in Central Continent. Fengjioge's death had a very bad influence on Spirit Affinity House. Even though Spirit Affinity House had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, it was not a matter of life and death. These 2 rank 8s would not make a move so easily. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level. Gu immortals were destined to be treading on thin ice, trembling in fear. They had to wholeheartedly deal with calamities and tribulations. If they were careless and lost strength in battle, they would die in the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Secondly, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same origin, that was Celestial Court. With Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects' conflicts would never escalate, there was no need for rank 8 Gu immortals to interfere. Thus, in Central Continent's Gu immortal world, or rather, in the entire 5 regions Gu immortal world, the truly active ones were those rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. And among rank 7s, Feng Jioge was invincible in Central Continent, his importance to the sect was self-evident. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House's territory could expand to such a large extent, occupying countless precious resource points. With Feng Jioge gone, Spirit Affinity House's deterrence towards other forces fell greatly. The resources controlled by the sect were like pieces of delicious meat, attracting countless greedy gazes. Xianwu Mountain Range is rich in resources. The immortal material treasury needs at least a rank 7 Gu immortal to guard it. The excavation of Golden Sand Cave has reached a crucial moment. We have invested a lot of money and effort, it is time to reap the rewards. We should not give up. Reincarnation battlefield is the most important thing. The Gu immortals felt a headache, the territory was too big, but there were only so many Gu immortals. Even if they were split into 2 halves, it was not enough. Only now did they truly realize. Feng Jioge's prestige was a deterrence to the outside world. It was so powerful. Fairy Baiqing was silent. The Gu immortals discussed these immortal materials and resources, they were shouting non-stop, they did not mention Feng Jioge anymore. It was as if Feng Jioge's final existence was the discussion of Boqing earlier. Fairy Baiqing could not help but feel sad. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, but in the end, these people forgot about you in the blink of an eye. During the entire discussion, Fairy Baiqing was not in the right state. The immortals saw this and understood her, even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the immortals mentioned Zhao Yenyun did Fairy Baiqing's eyes brighten, she paid close attention to this. If Feng Jioge was here, Feng Kim Hong would almost certainly be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But now that Feng Jioge was gone, Zhao Yenyun appeared out of nowhere, she became a huge threat to Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Baiqing naturally loved her children, she was very concerned about Zhao Yenyun. The Gu immortals continued to discuss. Zhao Yenyun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances, did she change in any way? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment, these are 2 top-tier defensive immortal killer moves, we are still researching them, but from the current situation, they are unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have already formed 2 layers of dense Dao Mark silk clothing on Zhao Yenyun's soul. I have never seen such a mystical Dao Mark circulation before. These 2 layers of Dao Mark silk clothing will always protect Zhao Yenyun. We have used many methods to try to deduce her, but they have no effect. We are Grand Gu immortals, but we cannot even deduce a mortal. If I did not experience it personally, I would not believe it. Did you notice? Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves, they do not expend immortal essence. Just like Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. The attainment level of Venerables is truly hard to understand. Isolating thoughts, wills, and emotions is the defensive effect of Divine Concealment. Then what about Ghostly Concealment? We are not sure yet, we are still experimenting. Oh, Zhao Yenyun was very cooperative throughout the entire process, I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she is very sensible, we can nurture her. This little fellow is bent on saving her lover. Unfortunately, according to the information, old ancestor Shui who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the Gu refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded, continue researching, on the other hand, we need to nurture Zhao Yenyun's sense of belonging to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, Immortal Zombie 7-star child was communicating with someone through a mirror. In the mirror, there was a blurred figure of an old man. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "All the arrangements are basically in place. But Celestial Court has already finished repairing Fate Goo, you need to activate it first." "Understood." Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child replied solemnly. "Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue." The figure in the mirror said again. 7-Star Child did not speak, he stopped using this information path Immortal Killer move as the mirror vanished. Then, he turned around and left without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 962. The earth had fallen into a deep slumber. The moonlight was hazy, the shadows of the trees swayed. A light breeze blew, birds chirped in the forest, or the occasional roar of wild beasts. It was like the sleep-talking of this continuous mountain range. In the small house in the valley, the oil lamp was burning, the light was dim. Feng Kim Hong was lying on the bed, her body was weak and her face was pale without a trace of blood. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing who was sitting beside the bed, apologizing softly, "Mother, I was wrong, I won't." Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression. "Huang Er, Mother knows what you are thinking. You have been cultivating so desperately, you have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times in these tens of days. When you started cultivating, Mother had warned you, cultivation is about nature, about relaxation. If you continue like this, not only will more haste make waste, you will also destroy yourself, your life might even be in danger." Feng Kim Huang's eyelids drooped, her voice weak. "Mother, I am sorry. Mother has already placed a goo in your body, you are not allowed to cultivate for 7 days and nights, you can only move around in this valley. If you are hungry, go pick wild fruits, if you are thirsty, go drink spring water. Think about it." Fairy Bai Qing said solemnly. "Mother, don't." Feng Kim Hong was anxious. But Fairy Bai Qing waved her sleeves, the cuff brushed past Feng Kim Huang's face. Immediately, an intense feeling of drowsiness assaulted her mind. Feng Jin Huang's eyelids were unprecedentedly heavy, and an incomparable sense of exhaustion caused her to be unable to speak. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep slumber. Although her daughter was sleeping soundly, she was still frowning slightly. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with sorrow and worry. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Kim Hong of Feng Jilga's death. Firstly, Spirit Affinity House needed to hide the news of his death and stall for time to make arrangements. As a mortal, Feng Kim Hong, he was not qualified to know. After all, spying on mortals was much easier than spying on Gu immortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know what to say. Why did Feng Kim Hong cultivate so desperately? She wanted to improve herself and become stronger so that she could find and save her father. But how could Fairy Bai Qing tell the truth? What if he told Feng Kim Hong cruelly? She couldn't bear it. Sigh. Looking at his daughter's face, he sighed. Fairy Bai Qing let out a long sigh. In the past, her tall and straight figure, her noble white robe, at this moment, under the dim light, she seemed thin and weak, her luster dim. These days, she was really tired. Only now did she remove her disguise. His true feelings were revealed. Fairy Bai Qing stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Huang's face. The love in her eyes could melt steel. Feng Kim Huang's appearance absorbed the merits of Feng Jioge and Fairy Bai Qing. On her face, Fairy Bai Qing could vaguely see Feng Jioge's shadow. Feng Jioge was gone, Feng Kim Hong was her only hope in life. She stared at him silently. After a long while, the sky outside the house was already half bright. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Qing realize that time was passing, she had to set off. She slowly stood up. She walked out of the house, carefully closing the door. Next, she took a deep look at the small house in the valley, muttering to herself, "Huang Er, wait for Mother to return in 7 days, during this period, you need to take care of yourself and calm your heart." Fairy Bai Qing was not worried about Feng Kim Huang's safety. After all, this was the core of Spirit Affinity House. Even if there was internal strife in the sect, there was a limit. They would not attack Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing stepped on a cloud, flying towards the northwest direction. Her target this time was the source of falling heavenly river. Why was she going there? It turned out that she had accepted a sect mission to investigate Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. The sect had a large amount of information for Fairy Bai Qing to investigate. During the investigation, Fairy Bai Qing found that Bo Qing's experience was actually very similar to Feng Jioge's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's immortal companion, Mo Yao. Mo Yao was that generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Different from the previous fairies, she was an Inkman, not a pure human. But because of this, Bo Qing and Mo Yao fell in love at first sight. Although Bo Qing did not enter or leave Northern Plains, Mo Yao did, and even entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. Don't tell me, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower is related to Mo Yao? Fairy Bai Qing knew that Mo Yao took the risk to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land to help her husband Bo Qing undergo tribulation. Back then, Bo Qing, who was at the peak of rank 8, was undergoing tribulation to advance to rank 9 realm. This was a huge matter, not only in Central Continent, but also in the other 4 regions. It attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, in the end, Bo Qing died in the terrifying tribulation. On the other hand, Mo Yao had perished along with him. Actually, all Central Continent Gu immortals knew about this. Fairy Bai Qing had also heard about it many times in her early years. But now, when she recalled it, she had a different feeling. It was like they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even if she died together with her husband. No one let the other down. They had a deep love for each other and died a worthy death. Fairy Bai Qing continued to investigate, racking her brains, but there was not much progress. She found some clues in the sect's records. They all pointed to the same place, the source of falling heavenly river. When she could not make breakthroughs in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing resolutely decided to explore falling heavenly river herself. The source of falling heavenly river was the place where Bo Qing died. Spirit Affinity House was very far from the source of falling heavenly river. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would need at least several years to fly there. Of course she would not do that. She had already made ample preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's Gu formation to teleport. A single teleportation could cross hundreds of thousands of li, saving a lot of time. She did not directly go towards the source of falling heavenly river, but first turned towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, she used their teleportation Gu formation to travel. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu immortals about this. Although the price was not small. But it saved a lot of time. Along falling heavenly river, after passing Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into combat Immortal Sect's territory. Similarly, she used the teleportation Gu formation to travel. A day and a night later, the travel-worn Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of falling heavenly river. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge waterfall falling from the sky. Millions of hectares of river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling sound of the water was like continuous thunder. The huge amount of water vapor formed a thick fog. It covered an area of several hundred li. What was falling heavenly river? This was falling heavenly river. A huge river that fell from the sky. Compared to this huge river in the sky, Fairy Bai Qing was like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had traveled with Feng Jioge in her early years, and had seen falling heavenly river. Looking at this huge river now, she could not help but think of Feng Jioge, feeling sour in her heart. She still remembered the conversation she had with Feng Jioge back then. It was about the reason for the formation of falling heavenly river. Feng Jioge spoke frankly to Fairy Bai Qing. There were 2 explanations for this. One was that falling heavenly river was the tribulation itself. The other was that Bo Qing blocked the tribulation, his sword light was extremely sharp, he used too much force and pierced through white heaven and black heaven. At that time, Bo Qing's tribulation was during the day. Thus, this sword light pierced a huge hole in white heaven. And after piercing through black heaven, there was only a small hole at the bottom of black heaven. And it just so happened that above these two holes was the vast heavenly river. The Milky Way flowed through the two holes and poured down together. It smashed into central continent's land, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river water opened up a path, forming the longest river in central continent. Fairy Bai Qing asked, which of these two explanations was more reliable? Feng Jioge smiled and replied, I am not sure. But the second explanation can explain the change in the water flow. During the day, falling heavenly river's water flow is strong. Rank 8 Gu immortals cannot resist it. But during the night, falling heavenly river's water flow slows down, rank 7 Gu immortals can barely resist it. The power of nature was unparalleled and vast. Even Gu immortals were minuscule compared to it. Collecting her thoughts, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was fixed. Definitely. She had already borrowed many water path immortal Gu for this trip, they were all to help her enter falling heavenly river. But it was impossible during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 Gu immortal, her only chance was to enter falling heavenly river at night to search for clues. It was still daytime now, falling heavenly river was very close, Fairy Bai Qing slowed down and got closer. She planned to go to the bottom of the river when night fell. Time passed, the sun gradually set in the west, the sky was covered in layers of burning clouds, the radiance of the sunset shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared at the distant falling heavenly river in bewilderment. Roar! With a roar, the water flow erupted, a huge beast popped its head out, revealing the tip of an iceberg on the surface of the river. This was a huge bull's head with curved horns. Immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing recognized this fierce beast, her face turning pale. Falling heavenly river was not safe. Other than the majestic water flow, there were also large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and even immemorial desolate beasts living inside. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull was an immemorial desolate beast, one of the overlords that lived at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Isn't it usually at the bottom of the river, treading on the sand and patrolling its territory? Why did it suddenly appear on the surface of the water? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled, she quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from this Myriad Eyes Clear Bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this huge bull. Moreover, her main purpose of coming here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing had a vigilant expression as she lamented her bad luck. The appearance of the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull cast a layer of shadow over her heart. Just as she was about to increase the distance between her and the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull, a sword light suddenly flew out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull. This immemorial desolate beast with rough skin and thick flesh was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Countless amounts of blood and internal organs gushed out, dyeing the surface of the river in the vicinity blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Bai Qing could react, another sword light flew out and slashed at the embankment of the river. At the next moment, the sturdy ground was like fragile tofu, a long hole was cut open by the sword. Large amounts of river water gushed into the hole. The river water overflowed, covering a radius of 1 li, turning it into a pool. Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? The sword light was so powerful, it was terrifying to the extreme. In front of the sword light, the immemorial desolate beast was as easy as slicing vegetables. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights scattered everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river and disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's vision at an extremely fast speed. Sword traversing central continent. Chapter 963. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A hair-raising chase was happening on the narrow mountain path in the valley. Run, run. A mini-man was on Hong Yi's head, shouting anxiously. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi shouted in pain. However, the little person turned a deaf ear to him. His small hands subconsciously grasped Hong Yi's hair tightly as he turned his head to look behind him. Oh my God. It has caught up, hurry up, if not, we will all be eaten by it. The mini-man shouted in fear. I want to be faster too. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, he was already using all his strength to activate his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong Yi had obtained some small fortuitous encounters, his cultivation speed far surpassed ordinary people. But in this life and death crisis, rank 2 upper stage cultivation was not enough to deal with the rank 5 wild golden horned centipede chasing after him. This centipede was huge, it was like a giant python. It had sharp and hard horns on its head. As it moved on the mountain path, 100 pairs of centipede legs stepped on the ground, twisting its body as it moved at an extremely fast speed. Oh no! It is already behind you. The mini-man was pale with fright, his soul almost left his body. Go all out. Hong Yi also sensed that the golden horned centipede was close to him, his hair stood on end, he had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had not obtained it for long. He had not practiced it many times. When activating it, the chances of success and failure were 50-50. Killer move. At least 2 goo worms were needed to form it. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the activation steps. The difficulty of activating the killer move was higher, but the power was higher as well. This movement killer move that Hong Yi obtained was made up of close to 10 mortal goo. Do not compare goo masters to goo immortals, this number was already a lot for goo masters. Killer moves were not so easy to train. Sometimes, failure in activating the killer move would harm oneself or goo worms. Thus, normally, Hong Yi would be very careful when practicing this killer move. But at this moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, he could no longer care about anything else. Based on his original speed, there was no way he could shake off the golden horned centipede behind him. He would definitely die. The only way out was to risk it all. Activate it for me. It must succeed. Hong Yi shouted in his heart. However, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required concentration, some killer moves even required an especially stable environment. They could not be disturbed. It was easy for Fang Yuan to use killer moves because he had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Hong Yi was definitely a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. On one hand, one had to look at the road ahead. The mountain road was full of rocks and potholes. He ran as fast as he could in case he fell. Then everything would be over. On the other hand, behind Hong Yi was the golden horned centipede. Following closely behind. That huge commotion continued to linger in his ears. The aura of death nearly enveloped his entire body. How could Hong Yi not be concerned? In this situation, those who could not be bothered and maintain absolute calmness were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and disregarded life and death. Hong Yi could reach this level in the future, but he was still too young now. It is catching up, it is catching up. The mini-man above him shouted, looking at the terrifying golden horned centipede in fear as it charged forward, gradually closing the distance between them. The centipede was huge and heavy, it had hundreds of legs on the ground, it was like a ferocious tiger. Its mouth was wide open, saliva was flying everywhere as it bit towards Hong Yi's back. The mini-man screamed, closing his eyes in fear. Even though he had wings on his back, they were damaged earlier, he could not fly at all. This time, when he entered the cave, he successfully stole the rank 5 goo material 100 flowers condensed dew. But the price of doing so was the deep hatred of the golden horned centipede guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could not escape, he could only stay with Hong Yi and use his speed to survive. However, the mini-man did not feel the pain that he expected. He opened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. For some reason, Hong Yi actually escaped the golden horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden horned centipede chased after him again. The mini-man's heart was pounding, but he gradually understood. It turned out that every time the golden horned centipede wanted to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head. This movement caused its head to be at least 8 feet off the ground, even its body, which was half a foot long, to be lifted off the ground. Then, it would descend again. When the golden horned centipede raised its head, many of its legs would be lifted off the ground, its speed would fall sharply. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running, his speed did not change. Thus, every time the golden horned centipede tried to bite, Hong Yi would escape. This idiot! The mini-man laughed loudly, he was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, wild goo worms had limited intelligence, their every action was based on instinct. I helped you escape out of goodwill, but you actually called me an idiot. Hong Yi was dissatisfied. I am not scolding you, I am talking about this golden horned centipede, you idiot. The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi, however, felt resentment, you are the idiot. I told you, the centipede is sleeping, don't be afraid, we can leave after stealing the 100 flowers dew, but you insisted on shouting. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up, guilt flashed in his eyes as he showed an embarrassed and angry expression. He opened his mouth to retort, but at the next moment, his eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It turned out that the golden horned centipede behind him saw that it could not bite Hong Yi, so it changed to another method of attack, that was the golden horn on its head. This was not because it had become smarter. Rather, over the long years, the golden horned centipede would encounter some large prey that it could not swallow in one bite. In such a situation, it would normally use the golden horn on its head to cut the prey into pieces. Opening its mouth to swallow was the golden horned centipede's instinct. The golden horn on its head was also an instinct. The golden horned centipede charged over fiercely, lowering its head. The golden horn moved forward, quickly getting close to Hong Yi's. Ugh! But there was no helping it, this was the height. Idiot, run! The mini-man saw this dangerous situation, he shivered in fear, his entire body trembled, he could not even hold the hair in his hand firmly. You still dare to call me an idiot? Hong Yi shouted, suddenly raising his voice, like a rooster whose throat was suddenly grabbed. He panicked. He was caught off guard, and of course, there was a heart-wrenching pain. The golden horn had already pierced into Hong Yi's butt. The mini-man felt despair, he was definitely done for this time. But right at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a large margin. He immediately charged out. It turned out that when he screamed, the intense pain caused him to have an epiphany, allowing him to use his killer move in its entirety. Hong Yi thus escaped from danger. Bleeding, bleeding. The mini-man looked at Hong Yi's back as he shouted anxiously. The golden horned centipede was originally pierced into Hong Yi's butt. But now, Hong Yi had charged out. Both sides separated. It was like a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's butt, the wound was no longer obstructed, blood naturally flowed out. My butt hurts. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with such intense thoughts. He subconsciously covered his butt, covering the wound. Then, naturally, because of the pain from the wound, his mind was distracted. The movement killer move that he had just activated collapsed, his speed fell again. But the golden horned centipede was still chasing behind him. Another golden horn pierced into the other half of Hong Yi's butt. Oh! Hong Yi screamed in shock again. Next, the same scene happened again. The intense attacks and the sudden intense pain caused Hong Yi to focus his attention in that instant, and he used his killing move again. He ran out again. Blood is spurting. The mini-man shouted anxiously. There was no helping it, the two wounds were very deep, and with Hong Yi's intense movement, it would be strange if blood did not spurt out. Hong Yi covered his butt as he ran, the golden horned centipede chased him relentlessly. This situation made it hard for him to stop. Oh no, I don't have enough primeval essence. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression turned pale. Gu masters had little primeval essence to begin with, it was not durable. And killer moves used many Gu worms at the same time, the expenditure was huge. After running for so long, Hong Yi was already at his limit. Death was approaching, Hong Yi was forced into a dead end, he had no chance of survival. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me, my body is so small, I have little meat, eat him, eat this idiot. The mini-man was so scared that he fell limp in Hong Yi's hair, mumbling to himself. At this time, Hong Yi's heart was empty, he did not have the mood to argue with the mini-man. Next, at this time, an earth-shattering sword light shot out. In an instant, the world turned white, all living beings lost their voices. The change did not make Hong Yi stop running, after running for a while, he realized something was wrong. Turning around, he was stunned. The rank 5 golden horned centipede Gu was gone, it was completely gone. Along with it, half of the centipede valley was gone. What appeared in front of him was a huge ravine. The edges of the ravine were smooth and flat like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was at a loss, he could not believe it. A sword light. The mini-man was scared silly. Central continent's east coast. Water waves were surging endlessly. Cold air permeated the area, shrouding the surroundings. Children, we are here. This is the profound island, Flying Frost Sect's territory, it is also the place where you will live and change your destinies. The leading Gu master pointed at the distant ice island, introducing it proudly. The youngsters raised their heads, looking over with anticipation. Some of them had sparkling eyes, while others looked extremely excited. Flying Frost Sect did not have any Gu immortals, it was not a super force. But in this area of several thousand li, it was the king of the land, the only one that could match it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for the second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After this report, Flying Frost Sect's reputation spread far and wide. This time, we brought the best seedlings, they might be the batch with the highest aptitude in the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect, if we nurture them well, we will definitely strengthen the sect. The leading Gu master looked at these children, his heart surging. The leading Gu master spoke loudly, "Children, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now, let me tell you about it." Swoosh! Right at this time, a sword light flashed, causing everyone's vision to blur, they subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were all dumbfounded, their mouths were wide open, they were motionless, they were like statues with exaggerated expressions. The vast profound ice island was nowhere to be seen. A long, slender, and enormous ravine appeared in front of them. Even the seawater was split apart. There was an empty area of 5 to 6 li on the sea surface, the remnant sword path Dao marks were here, isolating the water path Dao marks, the seawater on both sides could not flow in. At once, it formed a strange and domineering scene. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was holding a walking stick, standing shakily under Heaven Overseeing Tower. His other hand was holding Fate Gu, his withered old hand was slowly caressing Fate Gu. This time, the restoration of Fate Gu was a huge success, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with excitement and joy. Baizang Shui, Lian Jiusheng, and Bai Chen Tian, who had restored Fate Gu with him, had all left Celestial Court, descending to the mortal world. Almost all the Gu immortals in Celestial Court used the hibernation method to extend their lifespan. It was not easy for them to wake up, they had to use every second they had to go to their sects and settle some personal matters, or take care of their sect or bloodline descendants. Celestial Court governed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, most of the Gu immortals in Celestial Court were drawn from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In terms of sect structure, Celestial Court was like a high sect, while the 10 great ancient sects were like low sections. Not all Gu immortals had the chance to enter Celestial Court. Other than having deep attainment in their path, strong battle strength, and at least rank 8 cultivation level, there was another important criterion to enter Celestial Court. That was values. Celestial Court. What was Celestial Court? 3 million years ago, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already explained it clearly, that was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After this restoration, Fate Gu will regain 50% of its power. If I use Heaven Overseeing Tower again, I will be able to find even more people who have escaped fate. Getting rid of these people will help Fate Gu recover even more. Everything will enter a virtuous cycle. If this continues, Celestial Court will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's emotions surged, he was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Next, it slashed across Heaven Overseeing Tower at lightning speed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was wide open, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His entire body was stiff as he watched a small section of the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilt and fall to the ground, smashing onto the white jade bricks. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being dazed for a moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted in shock. Chapter 964. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river, her face was pale and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword lights shot out, she was the closest Gu immortal to the scene, she personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing, large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it, there were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools and other natural traps. Even Gu immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword lights shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts or the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long, many ancient desolate beasts started to show themselves, Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood, they started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat, she looked at the remaining flesh and blood, her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent Gu refinement immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out, what happened in falling heavenly river? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant. But in her heart, there was a feeling telling her. Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth, her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into falling heavenly river. From the source of the falling heavenly river, the unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Zhongzhou state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Zhongzhou state, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Zhongzhou state, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, they were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment, Zhongzhou state was shocked. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen, his hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Chen Tian, Bai Tsang Shui and Lian Jiu Sheng had been summoned back. At this moment, they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome, the sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining Heaven Overseeing Tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success, it is time to use it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Or Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition? After a while, Bai Chen Tian returned first, followed by Bai Tsang Shui. Last was Lian Jiu Sheng. Lian Jiu Sheng was delayed for a while, but because of this, he brought detailed information. I found out, the sword light came from the source of falling heavenly river. The whole of central continent is in chaos now. Falling heavenly river's source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Tsang Shui cried out in shock. Mentioning Bo Qing, the four immortals of Celestial Court had complex emotions. Back then, they had tried to recruit Bo Qing, but Bo Qing's ideals did not match theirs, he did not even pass the door of Celestial Court. Bo Qing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was deep. Investigate, we need to investigate clearly. Fairy Tsang Shui. You specialize in water path, I will trouble you to make this trip. The three of us will stay here. Focus on repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease. The other three immortals' expressions shook. Among them, Bai Chen Tian said, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you control Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate Gu, this feeling of unease cannot be underestimated, we need to move quickly. Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. The source of falling heavenly river has changed, it seems like Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Lai Yang, go and investigate the truth. I will give you 2 slots for rank 6 Gu Immortals, you can choose from them. Combat Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will float it in the air. Gu Immortal Jin Lai Yang was in the fire, he was tall and sturdy, he had golden hair and fiery eyes, his rank 7 aura was extremely strong. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, not giving face to first Supreme Elder, you should look for Shirlei for this matter, he is the immortal Monkey King, Feng Jioge is no longer around, he is already the number 1 rank 7 in Central Continent. First Supreme Elders will smiled, Jin Lai Yang, although Shirlei is strong, the huge Combat Immortal Sect does not belong to him alone. He has already made enough contributions in exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, do you want him to make more contributions? Jin Lai Yang's mind moved, he suddenly thought of something. He jumped out of the burning fire, cupping his fists, heh. First Supreme Elder's words are right. I wanted to increase my fire path Dao marks by 17 or 18 first. In that case, I will set off immediately. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of closed cultivation. Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming saw the person in front of him and was overjoyed, he quickly bowed. This person wore a white robe with a jade belt around his waist, he was tall and had a refined appearance, he nodded with a smile, I came out because of the change in falling heavenly river. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This time, I was ordered to investigate the truth of falling heavenly river, I hope you can help me. Hong Chi Ming breathed in deeply, saying sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. If not for first senior brother's help back then, how could I be where I am today? Hong Chi Ming is willing to serve you. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. There is a change in falling Heavenly River's source. Who should we send to investigate? First Supreme Elder was not present, Second Supreme Elder was in charge. Second Supreme Elder might not know, but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore falling Heavenly River's source. Li Junying's will said. Oh. Did she find some clues? Some Gu immortals could not help but connect the dots. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Qing only has rank 6 peak stage cultivation, she is not enough to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the sect is currently lacking in battle strength. Who should we send to reinforce Bai Qing? Su Hao's will laughed heartily, reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation has already advanced to rank 7, but she secretly concealed it and did not report it. Oh. There is such a thing. I remember that she is still some time away from her first rank 7 calamity. Su Hao calmly replied, this matter is undeniably true. Before Feng Jioge went to Northern Plains, he used a time path immortal Gu to secretly raise Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder pondered for a while before saying, Fairy Bai Qing becoming a rank 7 Gu immortal is the fortune of our Spirit Affinity House. When she returns, we will bestow a measurable peak to her. Also, open the treasury and allow her to choose a rank 7 immortal Gu. As for the matter of falling Heavenly River, we will not send any reinforcements, we will only inform her of the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's orders. Tian Ti Mountain. Such sword light, Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, for the sake of love, maybe this is the birth of his sword path true inheritance. Sword Path Gu Master Jian Yisheng raised his head and looked at the sky, his expression was filled with excitement and longing. With this huge change, the source of falling Heavenly River is definitely the gathering place of Gu immortals, maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects might be strong, but if they eat the meat, I can at least drink the soup, right? Thinking of this, Jian Yisheng made up his mind and flew out of Tian Ti Mountain, towards the northwest horizon. Be it the righteous path led by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or the demonic path, or even lone immortals like Jian Yisheng, they all had their own plans. Countless gazes were gathered at the source of the falling Heavenly River from a distance. Bo Qing, pseudo-immortal venerable, the number 1 person below the venerable realm since ancient times. These titles, these sealed memories, became fresh again. Countless sword lights wreaked havoc in Central Continent, reminding the world of Bo Qing's strength. A rumor started from an unknown source, but it spread further and further, affecting everyone's nerves. The scattering of sword lights this time is a backup plan left behind by Bo Qing before he died. He wants to remind the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared, although he died, he did not want it to go to the wrong person. He wants to use this chance to choose the most suitable inheritor. Thus, the shock from the sword lights might gradually turn into greed and lust. Central Continent's Gu immortal world was shaken. Countless Gu immortals, even old monsters who had concealed their identities for 100 years, started to rush towards falling Heavenly River. Central Continent was in turmoil, a huge dispute that involved the whole of Central Continent was about to unfold at the source of falling Heavenly River. But in southern border, it was calm. Lush green mountains and rustling pines. On a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Old Man Inkstone was sitting in the pavilion, playing chess. There was a huge rock in front of him, star path Dao marks crisscrossed on the flat rock surface, some were horizontal, some were vertical, some were diagonally inserted, forming a dazzling diagram. Old Man Inkstone was playing the famous astrolabe chessboard. A figure descended from the sky, instantly, the stone pavilion was filled with cold air. You are looking for me. Bai Ningbing coldly stared at Old Man Inkstone's back. Old Man Inkstone slowly turned around, facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued in a cold voice, although you helped me become an immortal, I am not a subordinate that you can order around easily. Old Man Inkstone smiled, saying softly, do you know? Fang Yuan is about to return. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened, she squinted, concealing the sharp light in her eyes. Chapter 965. Looking at Old Man Inkstone in the stone pavilion, Bai Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he became an immortal and got rid of his female identity, he realized that Old Man Inkstone was unfathomable. Bai Ningbing's indifference was his nature. But his toughness towards Old Man Inkstone was only a form of probing. In fact, his desire to deal with Fang Yuan and his desire for revenge was also a form of disguise for himself, as well as a form of probing Old Man Inkstone. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Gu immortal attainment level broadened his horizons, allowing him to see many more things and see many more exciting things. What he cared about was Old Man Inkstone in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but the shadow sect was still hidden in the shadows, hidden in a bottomless darkness. He did not know why Old Man Inkstone was helping him. At the same time, Bai Ningbing was not willing to be controlled like this. It was not that he had not thought of leaving. But firstly, the shadow sect had spent so much effort, they would not let him leave so easily. Secondly, Bai Ningbing valued excitement more than his life. The stronger the enemy, the more dangerous the process and the harder it would be to resist. This made him feel that he was not wasting his time, it was a form of enjoyment towards life. Fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was a joy to him. Bai Ningbing had never had one thing in his heart since young, that was to retreat in the face of danger. At this time, facing Bai Ningbing's questioning, Old Man Inkstone took out an immortal gu from his bosom, saying, as long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that Fang Yuan will return to southern border. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with cold light, you seem to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts. You know it like the back of your hand. But back then, when I was advancing to immortal, I asked you. You said you did not know. Old Man Inkstone laughed lightly. He did not face Bai Ningbing's questioning, instead saying directly, south of Na Mei Peak. East of Liqiu, not far from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountains were high and the rivers were long, verdant and lush. It was a unique tree with no other peaks. Go to that mountain peak and activate this gu. Once you succeed, leave as soon as possible. This mountain would become a forbidden zone for immortals, any gu immortal could enter. All of them will be killed. Bai Ningbing did not take the immortal gu, her gaze was still fixed on Old Man Inkstone, saying coldly, you have not answered my question. I don't need to answer your question. All you need to know is that once this matter is done, Fang Yuan will return. Didn't the agreement you signed with the Shadow Sect state that you could only break free from the agreement and regain your freedom by killing Fang Yuan? Elder Inkstone smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a moment before she extended her hand. He obtained the immortal gu. Then, he snorted and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He traveled at full speed. 2 days later, they found the place that the Old Man Inkstone had told them about. This mountain is very ordinary, there's nothing special about it. Why did we choose this place? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses in his heart, he had even thought of the possibility that the Old Man Inkstone was plotting against him. However, he paid a huge price to become an immortal. Why does he want to kill me now? The possibility is very low. Bai Ningbing shook his head, he had a doubt in his heart, why did the Old Man Inkstone want to help me become an immortal? There are so many people, why did he choose me, is it just because I have the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique? Bai Ningbing had thought so before, but now, he felt that the truth was not so simple. Next, Bai Ningbing inspected carefully, but did not find any foundation of a gu formation on this nameless mountain peak. He was puzzled and hesitant. If this was really a trap, then wouldn't he be a laughingstock for coming here foolishly and sending himself to death? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought. The old man Inkstone would not ask me to come here and activate the immortal gu for no reason. His intention is very mysterious, but he did not set a time limit. I might as well delay it and test him. If it was a huge matter, the old man Inkstone would be very anxious and would urge him. At that time, Bai Ningbing would have the initiative with the immortal gu. Bai Ningbing did not make a move, but the shadow sect members were anxious. A black-robed gu immortal came to the stone pavilion and said in a rough voice, "Inkstone, that Bai Ningbing has already been gone for half a month with the immortal gu, but there is no movement. Did he escape with the immortal gu, or did he meet with some accident?" The old man Inkstone was leisurely looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Dao marks, but compared to the time when Bai Ningbing was here, half of the complicated paths had already disappeared. The old man Inkstone calculated the chessboard with his fingers as he said to the black-robed gu immortal, "Bai Ningbing is still there, but he is restraining himself. He has long been suspicious that this trip is disadvantageous to him. It is normal for him to have such a reaction." The black-robed gu immortal saw the leisurely expression of the old man Inkstone and could not help but say anxiously, "But Central Continent cannot delay any longer. Right now, not only the gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects, but also many lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered Falling Heavenly River to explore. Vice Envoy Lan and the rest can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the Celestial Court will react and realize that this is a trap. It might interfere with our true plan." Old man Yenshir nodded and said in deep agreement, "What you say makes sense. In fact, the reality is already very different from the original plan. The progress is too slow. Why don't you send a letter to Bai Ningbing and ask him to make a move as soon as possible? If he does not comply, we will strip him of his immortal status and send him back to the mortal world. He became an immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need to let him continue to be so arrogant. We can make a move first and make him lose his gu immortal strength, turning him back to a mortal and regaining his female body. This kind of arrogant junior, if we do not teach him a lesson, we will not be able to use him properly." The black-robed gu immortal suggested. He, why do you think I want to use him?" The old man Inkstone laughed and lightly waved his wide sleeves. A star mark immediately disappeared from the astrolabe chessboard. If Feng Yuan saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Such a simple technique, the old man Inkstone's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed gu immortal was wearing a hood. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his tone was filled with deep suspicion. "Inkstone. You chose Bai Ningbing, is it not because of his 10 extreme physique battle strength?" No. The old man Inkstone laughed loudly. "This is only his uniqueness on the surface. His true uniqueness lies in the fact that he is also a person who escaped fate." "What? He is also one?" The black-robed gu immortal was shocked. The old man Inkstone explained in detail, "Our grand plan has been planned for 100,000 years. The true enemy is not Central Continent's Celestial Court or the other 4 regions, but this heaven. That's why I handed the last and most crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is a person who escaped fate. In a way, he has escaped Providence's control. Only such a person can qualify to be our pawn. So that's it." The black-robed gu immortal realized and no longer had any doubts. The old man Inkstone continued, "Bai Ningbing is a person who escaped fate. Even Providence cannot completely control him. He will be a sharp sword for us. Let him be the vanguard. We need to conserve our energy and cherish every ounce of strength to deal with Providence's anger." After Bai Ningbing left, I did not plan to contact him again. Let him develop freely. But don't worry, with his personality, he will not wait much longer. In that case, I will continue my hibernation. The black-robed Gu immortal cupped his fists and left. Bai Ningbing waited for 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, during which time he looked at the direction of the old man Inkstone's stone pavilion. So many days have passed. The old man Inkstone did not rush me. From this, I can see that he is not anxious about this matter. That's right. If he was anxious, when he instructed me, he would have emphasized the time limit of the mission. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel dejected. This was a test. It was undoubtedly a failure. He then turned his gaze to the mountain range beneath his feet and thought to himself, these days, I've been very busy. I have investigated many times but did not find any traces of a Gu formation. Sigh. If there is really a problem this time, then I will admit defeat. I cannot find anything, I can only blame myself for not being able to do it. Bai Ningbing sighed, his body flew and floated in the air, looking down at this ordinary mountain. Go. He willed and expended immortal essence to activate the mysterious immortal Gu. The immortal Gu gave off a bright light, but it lay motionless in his hand. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised, thinking, so this immortal Gu is a big eater. He continued to activate it. As beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, the immortal Gu's light became brighter and brighter, its small body started to tremble slightly. A moment later, Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with sweat, he was worried, I have already expended hundreds of beads of immortal essence, why is there still no movement? So this is the true difficulty of this mission. Just as he was feeling bewildered, the immortal Gu in his hand buzzed and turned into a bright light, shooting towards the sky. The light became brighter and brighter, but its speed became slower and slower. After reaching its limit, it flew towards the nameless mountain peak below. Bam! Finally, it crashed into the mountain peak, bursting out with a dazzling light comparable to the sun and moon. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. At this time, he did not need to expend immortal essence anymore. But whether the immortal Gu had been successfully activated, he had to take a look to confirm. Thus, after flying a li away, he stopped in the air. Next, he saw an unbelievable scene. In the intense light, the nameless mountain peak was undamaged, but there were layers upon layers of illusory images above the mountain forest. This was a section of a long river, the river water was surging with waves, moving up and down continuously, it was filled with an indescribable natural charm, as well as an unspeakable and indescribable truth that made people forget to return. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's pupils dilated, he was extremely shocked. Next, he saw that the river of time's illusory image was fading away, becoming fainter and fainter. 2 figures seemed to have jumped out of the river, their appearances and clothes were becoming clearer. These 2 people were fighting. Both sides were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle shook Bai Ningbing's mind. One of them had a huge body with bulging muscles, he was like a fierce tiger or dragon, rampaging with a ferocious aura. It was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Chapter 966. Both sides fought fiercely to the point that the heavens and the earth were overturned, and mountains and rivers splashed about. Plus or minus, even though it was just an illusory transformation, not interfering with reality, it was still extremely moving. The battle gradually intensified, the rank 8 Gu immortal had the upper hand, he raised his head and laughed maniacally, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal with the great strength true martial physique, you are a mere rank 7, you actually want to challenge my reputation? That mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus on his forehead chuckled, speaking in a neutral tone, Martial duel Heavenly King, you will definitely lose today. Take this move of mine. The moment he said that, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal waved his right hand as a platform flew out. At the next moment, the disdain on the rank 8 Gu immortal martial battle Heavenly King's face vanished as he shouted, this is actually an immortal Gu house. What immortal Gu house is this? The rank 7 Gu immortal smiled proudly, let me teach you, this is the immortal Gu house I created, graceful chaotic duel stage. Graceful chaotic duel ring. Bai Ningbing saw this and frowned. As far as he knew, there was no such immortal goo house in the current southern border goo immortal world. The power of the graceful chaotic duel stage was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attack the martial duel Heavenly King unleashed, it was all absorbed and sealed by the graceful chaotic duel stage. This was not the end. After the attack was sealed, it could still be used by the rank 7 goo immortal to return it. Martial Dotian Heavenly King's attacks were extremely sharp, but most of them were taken by him instead. The images kept changing, and the battle became more and more intense. Eventually, with the help of graceful chaotic duel stage, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal defeated martial duel Heavenly King, completing the unprecedented feat of a rank 7 defeating a rank 8. But at the same time, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal also paid a terrible price. Martial duel Heavenly King retaliated in the end, turning into a rank 8 immortal zombie. It was as if he had an immortal body. The mysterious rank 7 goo immortal could not take his life, he could only give up on this graceful chaotic duel stage. It suppressed the martial arts Heavenly Monarch deep underground. In order to defeat martial duel Heavenly King, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal sacrificed an immortal goo house. The battle was over. He looked at the immortal goo house that was buried underground, sighing as he flew into the sky. There were no goo immortals, but the phantom image was still changing. The battlefield of the goo immortals became peaceful again. After that, the weather was favorable, and plants grew. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the flood came. Or a meteor falling, or a great fire burning. The originally flat terrain gradually bulged. It slowly grew taller. First, it became a mound, then a mountain. Occasionally, characters would rush into the picture. Their movements were extremely fast. Whether it was the natural weather or the movements of the characters or beasts, it was like a fast-forward movie. The mountain was also changing rapidly, sometimes collapsing, sometimes slowly forming. In the end, in the illusion, the mountain gradually grew into the appearance of a nameless mountain. When the phantom completely disappeared, the world returned to its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with a strange light. He could tell, the immortal goo that Old Man Inkstone gave him should be a time path investigative immortal goo. It tore through the cracks of time and projected the scene of a certain past in the upper reaches of the river of time. Teleport to the present downstream. The battlefield where 2 goo immortals had once fought was this ordinary and unremarkable mountain peak. That is to say, there is an immortal goo house hidden here. Bai Ningbing stared at the foot of the mountain. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He naturally knew the value of an immortal goo house. Only forces with goo immortals could be considered super forces. However, among these superpowers, only the strongest among them could possess one or more immortal goo houses. If I can control this graceful chaotic duel stage, it will definitely be of great help to me. It will definitely be of great help to me, allowing me to deal with Shadow Sect more easily and leave Shadow Sect. Oh no, this immortal goo's aura is spreading everywhere. The commotion of activating the immortal goo is not small, it will definitely attract the attention of other goo immortals. Time waits for no man, I need to make full use of it. Bai Ningbing was just about to fly down and drill into the ground to obtain the immortal goo house, but he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Inkstone. If he went down, would he fall into Old Man Inkstone's trap? Maybe Old Man Inkstone had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction and wanted him to go underground, explore the depths and obtain graceful chaotic duel stage. If that is the case, he definitely has a backup plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I act blindly, it will only be futile and I will be used by others for no reason. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep, he decided to investigate the surroundings first before making a move. However, what he did not expect was, just as he got close to the nameless mountain peak, he felt an intense sense of weakness. The goo immortal aura on his body rapidly weakened and he could not even move his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. Old Man Inkstone's instructions before he left flashed in his mind. Go to the peak of that mountain and activate this goo. Once you succeed, quickly leave. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any goo immortal who enters this place will face fatal danger. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered, was this the forbidden zone for immortals? If this place really became a forbidden zone for immortals, how could he obtain graceful chaotic dual stage? At this time, the phantom image on the mountain peak formed again, showing the scene from before. Bai Ningbing observed patiently and could not help but guess, could it be that the phantom image here contained clues to obtain the immortal goo house? However, after the phantom image finished changing, it vanished again and Bai Ningbing could not see any clues. After that, he discovered that this illusory figure would reappear every 2 hours. Every time the phantom image changed, it would show the same content without any difference. He also discovered, the so-called forbidden zone for immortals was expanding. At first, he could still get 3 li away from the nameless mountain peak. But now, when he was 10 li away from the nameless mountain peak, he felt extremely tired and weak. A strong intuition told him that if he were to force his way in, he would definitely die, and there wouldn't be a second outcome. Seeing this huge fortuitous encounter slip away from him and getting further and further away, Bai Ningbing was naturally anxious. He stayed here for 3 days, during which he tried to conceal this constantly changing phantom image. He had already tried to get rid of the aura of the immortal goo, but this could not conceal these phantom images. Although Old Man Inkstone helped him advance to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon was caused by the time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing could not conceal it by using mortal goo. Of course, if he had an outstanding mortal killer move, there was a possibility of concealing it temporarily. But his foundation was shallow and he did not have such a method. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? While Bai Ningbing was vexed, Fang Yuan's figure flashed in his mind. Even though he did not care about Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had left a deep impression on him, subtly influencing him. Thinking about it, Bai Ningbing was shocked. He suddenly realized, this immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. This should be part of Shadow Sect's plan. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They were not secretly seizing graceful chaotic dual stage and silently making a fortune, but they were spreading this news, as if they were afraid the whole world would not know, involving the ancient battle, involving the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage, the whole of southern border will be shaken. Be it righteous path goo immortals, demonic path or lone immortals, they will all go crazy. In order to seize the immortal goo house, they will not retreat, they will definitely stir up a storm and create a storm of blood. Is Shadow Sect's goal to cause a calamity in southern border? But what benefits does this bring to them? Bai Ningbing suddenly patted his forehead, his expression was vexed, but his gaze became clear again. What is going on with me these days? I was actually blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of the whirlpool of the whole of southern border, sucking in almost all of southern border's goo immortals. I am only a rank 6 goo immortal, I lack methods. I cannot stay here for long, I should leave first. Right, I should go back and probe Old Man Inkstone, ask him what he is trying to do. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan over? Bai Ningbing rushed back, but Old Man Inkstone was no longer in the stone pavilion. He went to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but could not open the blessed land's entrance, even using information path mortal goo could not contact him. It was as if the whole of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Inkstone, had completely vanished. Bai Ningbing's suspicions became even more intense, a feeling of being abandoned made him feel that something was amiss. Central Continent, Falling Heavenly River. At this moment, at the source of Falling Heavenly River, the bottom of the river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals from Central Continent looked at the only source of light at the bottom of the river, their hearts burning with passion. In this light, an immortal zombie was floating with his eyes closed. His appearance was still the same as when he was alive, filled with vitality, sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, long jade green hair, and his spine was straight like a sword. It was Bo Qing. To think that Bo Qing had turned into an immortal zombie. Back then, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao also underwent tribulation with him. But now, we only see Bo Qing and not Mo Yao. It seems that Mo Yao has already vanished into thin air. According to the sect's records, that heavenly tribulation shook Central Continent. It was terrifying beyond compare. Bo Qing was so strong, but he was still able to preserve his strength. It is truly inconceivable. How strong was he? The immortals discussed. The corpse was preserved so well, who knows how many secrets are hidden within. As long as we obtain it, we can unravel the mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation. Even if he does not leave behind a sword path true inheritance, just this research alone will be able to make great progress. Who knows, we might even gain another true inheritance for the sect. Most of these thoughts came from the Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They had a long-term vision and considered the big picture of the sect. And lone demonic immortals like Jian Yisheng focused their attention on the immortal Gu that immortal zombie Bo Qing carried. There are many immortal Gu auras on his body. It is hard to imagine that they were all preserved. These are all pseudo-venerable sword path immortal Gu. I will be satisfied with just one. Central Continent's righteous path was prosperous, but demonic cultivators were ruthlessly suppressed. Their situation was the most miserable in the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any ideas about immortal zombie Bo Qing. They only wanted to make some gains and quickly leave. Actually, before this, the immortals had more or less obtained some gains while entering Falling Heavenly River. The sword lights killed many corpses and pieces of flesh. As long as they were careful, they could discover them. But now, Bo Qing's inheritance was too tempting. Chapter 967. At this moment, there were no less than 30 Gu immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River's source. The eyes of the immortals were burning hot. They would occasionally look at the ball of light that was enveloping immortal zombie Bo Qing. At other times, they would secretly look at the surroundings. They were extremely wary of the competitors around them. Among them, the strongest competitors were the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Heng Chiming, Qi Yuntian, and so on. And among the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, the one that made people feel the most threatened was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Qi Yuntian said slowly, "Fairy Bai Qing, the current situation is very clear. Bo Qingkong had an immortal zombie body. His divine soul should have been destroyed by the tribulation. However, there seems to be some will and emotions left in his mind, and he has the instinct to defend himself. Thus, every time we get close, he will activate his immortal Gu and burst out with extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere." To weaken his hostility, they needed an object that contained Bo Qing's aura, a Gu worm that he refined when he was alive, or Bo Qing's will and emotions. As long as we take out these, we will be able to get close to immortal zombie Bo Qing and gain the initiative. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "I don't have these things. If I did, I would have done it already, wouldn't I?" She really didn't. Because she did not expect Bo Qing's immortal zombie body to appear. Qi Yuntian smiled lightly. "Why is Fairy Bai Qing lying to us? You were the first to arrive. Why did you come here in secret, alone? Could all of this be a coincidence?" Fairy Bai Qing's smile became even more bitter. "Sir said I came here secretly. This is wrong. I'm borrowing a path from the Myriad Dragon Dock and the War Immortal sect. I'm doing it openly and honorably." What secret? She had come to explore the source of the Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Jioge's last words. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Spirit Affinity Houses sighed. They had to delay the news of Feng Jioge's death as much as possible to buy time for them to make arrangements. Jin Liang frowned, his voice gradually becoming stern. "Fairy Bai Qing, why hide it? In this situation, if this dragged on, more Gu immortals would be attracted. Any delay would lead to changes. We, the 10 great ancient sects, should work together to control the situation in Central Continent. If those lone immortals and demonic cultivators obtained Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it was bound to cause turmoil in Zhongzhou state. Could it be that your esteemed sect is doing this for your own selfish reasons? Are you going to abandon the overall situation of Zhongzhou state? Qi Yuntian maintained a gentle attitude and continued to persuade, our 10 great ancient sects come from the same source after all. Let's work together and snatch immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent the Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance with your esteemed sect. I will definitely guarantee your sect's benefits in this matter. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered in her heart. Jin Liang and Qi Yuntian were pretending to be the good guy. How could she not see that he was pretending to be the good guy? She was secretly anxious. Everything happened so suddenly that Spirit Affinity House did not send any Gu Immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7, against the Immortals, she could not do anything alone. No matter what happened to immortal zombie Bo Qing, retrieving his corpse and all his sword path immortal Gu was extremely important to Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 great ancient sects also noticed this. Now that Feng Jioge's whereabouts were unknown, the odds were against him. Spirit Affinity House was weak, they could not let Spirit Affinity House obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another little Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Jioge, who would the 9 great ancient sects complain to? At the bottom of falling Heavenly River, the situation was complex. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword light was sharp and terrifying, it shot towards the whole of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic cultivators and lone immortals. They came for this reason. They desired chaos and wanted to make a huge fortune. Meanwhile, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders any chance. But at the same time, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not united, the 9 great sects tacitly resisted Spirit Affinity House. And Fairy Bai Qing was mistakenly thought to have a crucial method, she could not back down now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a surging rank 8 aura surged over. Immortals, please retreat, my celestial court will take over this place. Everyone gasped, looking towards the source of the voice, they saw a female immortal flying down leisurely. It was the rank 8 water path Gu immortal Baizang Shui. The situation was immediately overturned. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Bright light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower, it was whole again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lian Jiu Sheng were relieved, they let out sighs of relief inwardly. Ever since this Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut by the sudden sword light, they had not rested for the last few days. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding them and destroying more Gu worms, they worked day and night to repair the Gu worms, they finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 immortals had saved them in time, and Celestial Court had sufficient immortal materials and replacement Gu worms, the Gu worms destroyed by the sword light were quickly replaced. Most importantly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all, it had outstanding defense. Even though it was cut in half by the sword light, the true damage was only to the Gu worms near the sword wound, Heaven Overseeing Tower did not suffer any true damage. After gazing at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord breathed in deeply, holding Fate Gu and using his walking stick, he slowly walked towards the tower. Lian Jiusheng urged, Tower Lord, why don't you rest for a day or two, why are you in a hurry to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower? Thank you for your concern, it's fine. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting this suggestion. For some reason, the moment the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he started to feel uneasy. As time passed, this uneasiness grew. Even seeing Heaven Overseeing Tower's reconstruction, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's uneasiness was not dispelled. Go. At his will, Fate Gu in his hand turned into a mystical light and entered the top of the tower, entering the core formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord dragged his old body, slowly walking up the stairs in the tower. Every step he took would cost him a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. The brilliance on the walls of the pagoda was brilliant, presenting a chaotic and disorderly scene. There were no useful hints at all. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not surprised. Fate Gu could only display 50% of its power. Thus, half of the scene would be blurry or dark. After walking for about 60 steps, the scene suddenly became clear. Southern Border's nameless mountain peak appeared in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scene, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal were fighting. It was also reflected in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes. This old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, and this. On the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal's forehead, the lotus imprint was bright red. It was very dazzling. An inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Celestial Court, the damage he brought to Fate Gu, he had tortured generations of Celestial Court Gu Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking. Red Lotus True Inheritance. I must destroy it. I cannot leave behind even a trace. The Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie is secondary, and that graceful chaotic duel stage. It would be best if it could belong to Celestial Court. Even though it is in Southern Border, with the obstruction of the regional walls, Celestial Court has to do its best this time. Just that mystical Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage was already worthy of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals making a move. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals would have to pay a huge price to travel through the 5 regional walls. It would be very troublesome. If such a scene is not concealed, it will definitely cause a commotion in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Countless immortals will fight for it. Celestial Court wants to compete across regions. We need to carefully consider the people we choose, and we need to choose the appropriate number of people. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought deeply. Soon, he shook his head, putting these distracting thoughts aside. He continued to walk up the steps. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he reached 83 steps, another scene appeared. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In Falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was floating with his eyes closed, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Bai Tsang Shui was leading the group, relying on his own strength. He controlled the whole situation. In the scene, Bai Tsang Shui had a smile on her face as she said some words to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied, Bai Tsang Shui's expression showed disappointment. Soon, she restrained her expression and regained her composure. She moved her fingers, setting up a Gu formation. She intended to seal this place first. But right at this moment, a starlight shot out, piercing the Gu formation that had not been set up properly, directly towards Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Under the illumination of the starlight, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light shot out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not help but close his eyes. At the next moment, he quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene of blood red. There were Gu Immortal corpses and limbs everywhere. Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Bai Tsang Shui's head was drifting with the waves. Her eyes were wide open. She had died with a grievance. How could this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious at this scene. 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. 7-Star Child was in front, while Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were behind. Bo Qing, you finally woke up. 7-Star Child laughed loudly, his body emitting rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined sharply, sword light flew out. 7-Star Child was shocked. He had not expected Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was extremely sharp, he was cut into two, even though he had an immortal zombie body, it was useless. 7-star child's death shocked Song Zixing and Yumu Chun. What happened? Envoy Qing actually killed Deputy Envoy Lan. No. He is not Envoy Qing, his mind is filled with providence, and there seems to be a remnant soul in his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was expressionless, he turned around and looked at them. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun felt a chill in their hearts, they were filled with despair. They could not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bo Qing's gaze. There was only the mercilessness of the heavenly Tao. They were both people who had escaped fate, they were targets of the heavenly Tao. An intense aura of death engulfed them, facing a pseudo-venerable whose name would go down in history. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun could not escape or evade, they could only wait for death. Chapter 968. Ha ha ha, I've finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period of time, he had put in all his effort to deduce the immortal killer move, and he had finally succeeded today. This brand new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Goo, Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, and Pulling Water Immortal Goo as the cores, along with over 330,000 Mortal Goo. It was an extremely complicated and dazzling combination. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly, and he had to maintain it for at least 2 hours before he could activate all the goo worms. Then, after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous work, he could turn a living person into an immortal zombie, or from an immortal zombie to a living person. Although it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had already reached his limit by doing this. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had these few Strength Path Immortal Goo. He could use them all thanks to the light of wisdom. Of course, he also used Nirvana Fire as a reference. If not for Nirvana Fire, without Blazing Heaven Demoness set of goo worms for Fang Yuan to experiment with, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain the Strength Path version so quickly. There was also Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. It was precisely because of various reasons that this not too big nor too small of a miracle was created. Next, I need to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Goo to create a high-grade life and death blessed land, to regain my life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. After searching for so long, this moment had finally arrived. As for Luopa Valley, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan had also tried to enter Luopa Valley to cultivate. As expected of a soul cultivation sacred land on par with Dang Hun Mountain. Together with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul foundation advanced rapidly. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to regain his life. Soul path cultivation could be put aside for now, he could ignore it. Fang Yuan could not wait any longer. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly received a letter from the Blazing Heaven Demoness. The content in his heart caused his rebirth plan, which was right before his eyes, to come to an abrupt halt. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. When Fang Yuan saw these words, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was about the nameless mountain peak in southern border. This matter was too big. This matter concerned an immortal goo house, its influence had already spread to the whole of southern border's goo immortal world. In the southern border, there was naturally a Zombie Alliance branch. Thus, as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly obtained the relevant information. The Blazing Heaven Demoness is ambitious. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, so she pays close attention to the 5 regions. And as one of the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance, her ability to gather information is even stronger than Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan once again felt his weakness when it came to intelligence. In his previous life, he had an organization, he had connections, he had mature blood path Gu worms that could replace most of the common information path methods. In this life, Fang Yuan mainly used his previous life's memories and worked with others. He used the information sharing of Fairy Li Shan, Land's spirit of Lengia, and others. But as more and more accidents happened, Fang Yuan gradually realized that his previous life's memories were not so reliable. The truth of history was often hidden in the depths of the fog, and what Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was mostly an illusion on the surface. Even if he personally experienced it, it might not be as simple as he thought it was. The reasons for the formation of many things were very complex. In my previous life, I had a rough life, I slowly climbed up step by step, my connections and resources were accumulated bit by bit. Thus, I did not have any shortcomings. But after rebirth, because I obtained many fortuitous encounters, my strength grew rapidly and even rose by leaps and bounds. So in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I need to add some information path methods to increase my ability to gather information. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demonis, but in the long term, I need to rely on myself. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like the Blazing Heaven Demonis, but in the long term, I still have to rely on myself. Losing information often meant losing the initiative. Losing intelligence often meant losing the initiative. Just like this time, Fang Yuan was still unaware of it. They were all kept in the dark and almost missed out on this fortuitous opportunity. 3 days later, Fang Yuan returned to the southern border alone, and arrived at the nameless mountain peak. Blazing Heaven Demonis was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She told Fang Yuan in her letter that she was busy refining Gu and setting up a Gu immortal formation, she could not leave. However, she would definitely make a move when necessary. Meanwhile, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in northern plains, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their soul foundation. They also had a strong interest in immortal Gu houses, but the aura of northern plains Gu immortals made it difficult for them to travel in southern border. Fang Yuan's visit this time was mainly to gather more information. Even though he was a northern plains immortal, with the concealment of vaguely familiar face, ordinary Gu immortals could not recognize him. On the nameless mountain peak, the phantom would reappear every once in a while. Bai Ningbing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times, he pondered for a while before trying to get close to the nameless mountain peak. Sure enough, like what Blazing Heaven Demonis said in her letter, this place had become a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the weaker his limbs became, his immortal aperture seemed to be pushed away by a formless pressure. Fang Yuan had to stop. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be completely destroyed in 50 to 60 steps. Of course not. He was still hoping that his strength path immortal aperture could turn into a life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could only retreat. At this time, a tender laughter could be heard from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he turned around to look. He saw a beautiful woman in pink clothes, her hair was tied up in a bun, her skin was tender like snow, her eyes were like spring water, she was standing not far away, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was brimming with Gu immortal aura, she was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan look over, this beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile. I am Li Meihua, people call me Granny Meihua. I've never seen you before. I wonder where you're cultivating. Fang Yuan smiled, thinking, so she is Granny Meihua. Even though Fang Yuan had not seen Granny Meihua's appearance, he had seen her granddaughter, the demonic path female Gu master Hu Mei Er. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. There was no fixed relationship between a Gu immortal's age and appearance. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a green robe, his sleeves were wide and large, when the wind blew, his green robe fluttered like a battle flag. Fang Yuan's disguise was that of a rank 6 Gu immortal, he was tall and thin, he looked like a middle-aged man, he had a tall nose bridge, his eyes were long and thin, his pupils emitted traces of jade light. His whole body was emitting yin energy, he was not someone to be trifled with. Even though he was not handsome, he had his own style. So it is Granny Mei Hua, I have long heard of your name. I am Xingying, I am just a villager. Fang Yuan replied. Xingying. Li Mei Hua engraved this name in her heart, she could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she was not surprised. From Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, dragons and snakes lurked. Many lone immortals did not show themselves, they were not known by others. But because of the appearance of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals were attracted, they showed up one after another. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Xingying, was just one of them. These days, the Gu immortals that Li Meihua contacted were mostly similar to Fang Yuan. Li Meihua took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him, she was very enthusiastic, this made Fang Yuan feel suspicious. Fang Yuan was about to speak, but Li Meihua took the initiative to tell him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Meihua invited Fang Yuan to travel together, Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. He followed Li Meihua and set off, stopping at Headless Mountain that was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan arrived, there were already many demonic path and lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, most of them looked at him curiously, some had dark or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no Gu immortals talked to Fang Yuan yet. But Granny Mei Hua was quite popular, the moment she landed, someone laughed, Li Mei Hua, you brought another one. Ha ha ha, this time, our demonic path allied to negotiate with the righteous path, Granny Mei Hua made a huge contribution. Not at all, not at all. Everyone is praising me too much, I was only doing my best. Li Mei Hua smiled as she greeted everyone, talking to them, she handled all aspects of the relationship with ease. Let me introduce, this brother is Xingying, he is a lone immortal. After dealing with them, Li Mei Hua did not forget to introduce Fang Yuan. So it is brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong Hezi. I see that you cultivate transformation path, oh, my name is Lan Tianhong, I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed an unsociable expression, he was barely able to deal with them. After a short period of intimacy, Headless Mountain regained its tranquility before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Mei Hua did not stay on the mountain for long, she had to go to the Nameless Mountain to guard it. Before leaving, she pointed at a mountain in front of her, saying to Fang Yuan, that Pine Tail Mountain is the camp of the righteous path Gu immortals. Actually, even without her guidance, the Gu immortal aura coming from the opposite mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After parting with Li Mei Hua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out much, he spent most of his time in a cave. After all, Fang Yuan was in disguise, vaguely familiar face was not invincible. He waited patiently for more than 10 days, during this period, Headless Mountain and Pine Tail Mountain welcomed Gu immortals of both the righteous and demonic path. Most of them were rank 6, every rank 7 Gu immortals' arrival would cause a commotion. Eventually, even 4 rank 8 Gu immortals came. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 righteous path. It was a balanced situation. The rank 8 Gu immortals did not show up, the Gu immortals of both sides chose one person each day to carry out a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and 7 nights, the negotiation finally succeeded. Dozens of Gu immortals of both righteous and demonic paths made an agreement, they surrounded the Nameless Mountain and engaged in a huge gamble that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chapter 969. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing looked at Song Zixing and Yumu Chun emotionlessly. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun's hearts almost stopped beating. The immense pressure caused them to break out in cold sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he suffered a tribulation and became an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was completely destroyed. He still had enough rank 8 immortal essence, especially his sword path Dao marks, they were not destroyed. Hence, his combat strength was terrifying. The most important thing was the Dao marks. The higher the Gu Immortal's cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would have. Using the same immortal Gu with different Dao marks amplifying the immortal Gu's power, the effect would be completely different. That Qin Bai Sheng was a soul path Gu Immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a trace of sword path Dao marks on him, but when using 5-finger fist heart sword, he was able to fight Jiu Gu without losing. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he displayed unparalleled offensive strength. He was almost as powerful as he was when he was alive. So, Baicang Shui, 7-star child and the others had no way to resist. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yumu Chun. The higher the Gu Immortal's rank, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. When a rank 7 fought against a rank 6, it could even be a draw under certain circumstances. When a rank 8 fought against a rank 7, the majority of the time, it would be a crushing defeat. A rank 9 beating a rank 8 was as simple as an adult stepping on an ant. Against immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to lose my life here today? What should we do? What should we do? Yumu Chun and Song Zixing's limbs were cold, countless thoughts flashed in their minds. In the current situation, the two of them had no hope at all. Bo Qing raised a finger and pointed at Song Zixing. A tiny sword light flashed and disappeared. Song Zixing didn't even try to escape. He smiled bitterly as he welcomed his death. Because he knew that in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing, the word escape was meaningless. Bo Qing pointed at Yumu Chun. No. I am unresigned, I cannot die. Yumu Chun shouted. At the moment of life and death, he took out an immortal Gu. He held it in his hand. Immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped moving. A look of struggle quickly appeared on his face. Yumu Chun's heart was beating like a drum. He nervously watched Bo Qing's expression change. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression was emotionless at times. Sometimes he was confused, sometimes he was miserable, sometimes he was sorrowful, and sometimes he was resentful. It was as if he was looking at a lantern on horseback, changing rapidly. Finally, his face became lively, and his eyes became lively. It was as if a person with dementia had suddenly regained consciousness. He looked at his hand, and then at the miserable and bloody bottom of the river. Finally, he looked at Yumu Chun and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Yumu Chun was covered in cold sweat. He looked like he was about to collapse. He answered weakly, "You are finally awake, Mo Yao. Looks like I made the right bet." So close, so close. So the remnant soul in immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yumu Chun's immortal Gu awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul, causing providence to fill the immortal zombie's mind. He was expelled. Without providence's control, immortal zombie Bo Qing naturally stopped. Yumu Chun breathed heavily, continuing, "Do you remember our conversation back then? If you want Bo Qing to revive, Bo Qing." Hearing the name of the person she loved deeply, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She controlled her immortal zombie body and nodded, interrupting Yumu Chun's words. "Then what should I do now?" Yumu Chun looked at 7-star child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were alive, with the combined strength of Yumu Chun and the other two immortals, they would be able to use an immortal killer move to teleport the immortals to Central Continent's northeast region. That place was under Heavenly Lotus sect's control. But now, 7-star child Song Zixing was dead. Yumu Chun could only settle for the next best thing. He gave up on attacking Heavenly Lotus sect and turned to combat Immortal sect. I hope I can stall them. Yumu Chun looked towards the direction of Celestial Court, feeling very worried. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was ashen, he was filled with anger. He looked at the painting of Yumu Chun working together with Immortal Zombie Bo Ching to attack Combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He could no longer watch. Even though he was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, Combat Immortal Sect was also a lower sect of Celestial Court. Right now, Immortal Zombie Bo Ching had awakened, Combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lien Jiusheng and Bai Chen Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui is dead, Immortal Zombie Bo Ching has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go! The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon, they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Combat Immortal Sect's headquarters at the next moment. Looking at the northwest direction, one could only see a majestic sword light flying over in the clear sky. A super battle of rank 8s was right in front of them. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was 800 meters tall. Light path Gu worms were produced on the mountain. It was famous in the whole of southern border. For 1,000 years, this mountain had been controlled by one force. Shao Clan. It was said that southern borders Shao Clan and western deserts Shao Clan had the same origin. 1,000 years ago, western deserts Shao Clan had internal strife. The losing side wandered to southern border in dire straits. Southern borders Shao Clan was once a super force. But the last Gu Immortal, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder, had not appeared for 100 years, causing Shao Clan to fall from a super force to a first-rate force. Shao Clan's current clan leader, Shao Shan, was standing on a slope, looking at Shao Clan's main village at the waist of the mountain. His eyes were filled with disappointment and hatred. A figure swiftly rushed over from the mountain path and landed beside Shao Shan. Immediately, he knelt on the ground. Shao Zifeng greets the clan head. Is that Wu Hui still causing trouble? Shao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Shao Zifeng lowered his head, reporting to clan leader, Wu Hui is still shouting in the hall. He wants us to hand over the culprit who killed his son. The other clan elders are already controlling the situation. Clan leader, don't worry. Shao Shan snorted coldly, clenching his fists. Wu Hui's son clearly had ill intentions and wanted to harm Shao Chui heir. My daughter was only defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu clan to cause trouble in our Shao clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, bear with it for now. Wu Hui alone is not a threat, but Wu clan is too powerful, we cannot resist them. Shao Zifeng quickly persuaded. Shao Shan's fists clenched before relaxing. He sighed deeply, his face was filled with fatigue and bitterness. He waved his hand at Shao Zifeng. All right, I will hide in this back mountain for a while. Shao Zifeng took his leave, his figure vanishing into the forest. Shao Shan sighed at the sky again. The depression and anger in his heart could not be alleviated. Right at this time, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Shao Shan was uncertain. This voice came again. Come here, my descendant. This voice made Shao Shan feel a sense of familiarity. He followed the voice's guidance and slowly entered the back mountain, arriving at Shao Clan's forbidden area. This is Shao Clan's forbidden area. Even if I am Shao Clan's leader, I have no right to enter. Shao Shan stopped, feeling extremely troubled. That voice resounded in his heart again. My descendant, you have my bloodline. What made you so cowardly? I am Shao Clan's ancestor, a Gu immortal of Shao Clan. Quickly come here and obtain my inheritance. The important task of revitalizing the clan is on you. Shao Shan's eyes brightened, his body trembled in excitement. Gu immortal? Shao clan's ancestor. Don't tell me the rumors are true. My Shao clan really had a Gu immortal. This voice, let me feel it is so intimate. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master, in this world, other than Gu immortals, who can transmit their voices to me. But this is the clan's forbidden area. Any clansman who enters this place will be expelled from the clan, even I, the clan leader, am no exception. Shao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists. He was struggling internally. No, I must obtain my ancestors' inheritance. If Wu Hui continues to cause trouble, my Shao clan will lose a lot of face. Once Wu clan supports Wu Hui, can I still protect my daughter? According to rumors, Wu clan is so powerful because they have Wu clan's Gu immortals behind them. If I can obtain the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to revive Shao clan's reputation and change everything. Shao Shan had a resolute expression on his face. He no longer hesitated, walking towards the back mountain's forbidden area. Following the voice's guidance, he came to a cave. Inside the cave, he saw an immortal Gu. Before he could react, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is suppressing me so much that I cannot move. Is this the legendary immortal Gu? Shao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. He could not find it no matter how he searched. And at this time, the voice in his heart stopped. Shao Shan walked out of the back mountain's forbidden area with apprehension and suspicion. Brother, now that Wu clan's elders are here to cause trouble, as the clan leader, you actually violated the clan's rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to take on the responsibility of clan leader. Shao Meng suddenly appeared with a large group of Shao clan elders behind him. Shao Shan shouted in alarm. He already knew that this younger brother of his had huge ambitions. He had been scheming for the position of clan leader. It is not what you think. Shao Shan wanted to explain, but he could not do so. This matter concerned a Gu immortal inheritance. He did not dare to speak casually. He was afraid that other forces experts would snatch it. Your explanation is just a cover-up. According to the clan's rules, you are no longer a member of Shao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Shao Meng shouted, his expression was ruthless and furious, excitement and ambition were hidden deep in his eyes. Chapter 970. The sword light streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. However, the Heaven Lake, where the Heavenly Lotus sect was located, was still far away in the sky. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, frowned, his eyes releasing sword light as he scanned the surroundings. The sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever it went, ripples would appear in the air. The illusion would be broken, and the real scene would be revealed. But after a breath, the real scene was covered by layers of illusions. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. It has great achievement in Illusion Path. It was created by illusion demon Immortal Huang Shao 300 years ago. Yumu Chun immediately explained. Immortal zombie Bo Qing nodded, sighing with emotion. Each generation brings forth new talents. After my body perished, it seems that many geniuses have emerged in Zhongzhou state. Yumu Chun continued. Illusory demon immortal died long ago. This immortal Gu house can trap us and confuse us. Only now did we realize that the person controlling it has an extremely high cultivation. As he spoke, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lian Jiusheng appeared. Escaping fate is already a grave sin. Now, you still want to attack the Celestial Court's lower sect. Your crimes are unforgivable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sternly reprimanded. Noisy. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He swept his arm and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chen Tian, and Lian Jiusheng shouted together as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable, it broke all the killer moves of the three immortals of the celestial court, its power was greatly reduced, but it still attacked the three immortals. The three immortals disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attack. Coward! Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted coldly, he was very unhappy. Yumu Chun's eyes flashed, he sighed in relief. The three immortals of the Celestial Court personally controlled the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s. Finally, Bo Qing and Yumu Chun were trapped inside. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, nameless mountain peak. Boom boom boom. There were 3 explosions, and light bloomed. Xiao Mang was sent flying. As his body flew through the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! A muffled sound. He did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by the elders behind him with great difficulty. Defeated. Xiao Mang's face turned pale. He widened his eyes and used a gaze that was filled with hatred and fury to stare intently at Xiao Shan on the mountain peak. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path Gu masters, they were both rank 5 experts, one was tall and fat while the other was short and skinny. A few days ago, Xiao Shan stepped into the forbidden area behind the Radiance Mountain. Those who violated the rules of the Xiao clan would be severely punished. Xiao Mang seized the opportunity to seize power and kill Xiao Shan. As Xiao Shan fled, Xiao Mang gathered the elders and chased after him. Chasing to this nameless mountain peak, Xiao Shan had nowhere to go and was in a desperate situation. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Mang, 2 demonic path Gu immortals descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Mang failed. His heart was filled with anger. He struggled to break free from the support of the clan elders, stood up, and shouted loudly, "Xiao Shan, you really have ulterior motives." As a righteous path clan leader, he actually colluded with demonic path Gu masters. Xiao Shan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with bitterness and anger. I really misjudged you. For the sake of power, you actually tried to kill me. You are actually so ruthless, it is laughable that I have always treated you as my only relative in this world. You can distort the truth, but I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Lord Xiao Mang, the enemy is too strong, we should retreat first. That's right, there is still time. Although Xiao Shan is heavily injured and on the verge of death, the 2 rank 5 demonic path Gu masters behind him are in good condition. The elders behind him tried to persuade him in a low voice. Humph. Xiao Mang spat out a small mouthful of blood, saying in disdain, these 2 are also stray dogs, although their cultivation is high, they do not have many Gu worms, what is there to be afraid of? But even though he said that, Xiao Mang knew that he could no longer kill his brother Xiao Shan in this situation. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, thinking inwardly, now that I have the upper hand, I am righteous. I should not fight to the death, I can inherit the clan leader position after returning to Radiance Mountain. At that time, I will use my identity as a righteous path member to issue a bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is alone and is wanted by the righteous path, he can only flee for his life, his battle strength will definitely fall. And I will wait for him to exhaust himself and kill him in the future, that is the wiser choice. Thinking of this, Xiao Mang no longer tried to be brave. Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will definitely die a horrible death. I will let you off for now, just wait, I will definitely take care of you in the future. Let's go. After saying these ruthless words, Xiao Mang led the elders and carefully retreated. Although he was injured, his battle strength was still outstanding. The 2 demonic path Gu masters lacked Gu worms, they did not dare to chase blindly and let them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path Gu master was called Sun Panghu. Seeing Xiao Mang leave, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. That short and skinny rank 5 Gu master was called Zhou Xingxing. He placed his hand on Xiao Shan's shoulder and activated a healing Gu worm. Don't reminisce, quickly heal Brother Zhao's injuries. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of the 2 Gu masters. Xiao Shan had a defeated expression as he sighed deeply. This time, it was all thanks to your help, otherwise I would have lost my life here. But this brother of mine is ruthless, he will definitely make a comeback. He will not rest until he kills me. I can heal my injuries myself. Leave quickly, I don't want to implicate you too. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Back then I was saved by Brother Xiao. My life was originally Brother Xiao's to begin with. That's right. Back then, I took revenge and slaughtered my enemy's entire family, but was captured by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, after you heard my story, you released me that night. I will always remember this kindness. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing said in a sincere and passionate tone. The 2 of us won't leave. Xiao Mang can come if he wants, I will accompany him to the end. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing had a resolute attitude. Xiao Shan was greatly moved. His eyes were wet with tears. Sigh, I have seen through it all these years. Who says demonic path Gu masters are fickle and heartless? On the contrary, hypocrites are everywhere in the righteous path. Big Brother Xiao is absolutely right. We of the demonic path have many true natures, and the righteous path has tried every possible way to kill us. Big Brother, since the righteous path cannot tolerate you, let us travel together from now on. I want to make a name for myself in the demonic Tao. Sun Panghu said heroically. Xiao Shan fell into silence. Deep in his bones, he still believed in the righteous path and did not want to enter the demonic path. He knew that he had an immortal Gu on him, he still wanted to rebuild Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing observed his expression. Big Brother, you might not understand. When they heard that you were banished by your family and that you were being hunted down by those treacherous villains, many heroes of the underworld rushed over to help you. Big Brother, all these years. To help the needy. Saving people from fire and water, regardless of the difference in status. Everyone is willing to save you and work for you. Xiao Shan shook his head and did not speak. At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of his heart again, foolish child. Why was there a need to rigidly adhere to the distinction between righteous and evil? Since you inherited my immortal Gu, you have the ability to create Xiao clan and lead the clan to glory. Now, I will give you a test. Listen carefully. Xiao Shan was excited. He listened attentively. The voice in his heart told him that only by passing this test could he truly inherit the immortal Gu and obtain the method to become a Gu immortal. On this mountain, we will gather Gu masters and create a village. We will fight against any invading righteous path enemies. As long as I can last 100 days, I will pass the test and obtain the immortal Gu, becoming a Gu immortal. Xiao Shan's excitement was indescribable. His fists were clenched, his eyes were shining. Good, then let's go all out. Let's show these so-called righteous path people our power. Xiao Shan suddenly spoke with excitement. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing were overjoyed. After chatting for a while, the 2 sides were in love and chatted merrily. Xiao Shan saw that the time was ripe and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing slapped their thighs. This was wonderful. Immediately, they chopped off the chicken's head, drank the blood wine, and used the letter Gu to swear. After becoming sworn brothers, Xiao Shan's face regained some color. He stood up and faced the mountain winds, looking into the distance. He sighed. Yesterday's righteous path Xiao Shan is already dead. Today, the one standing here is the demonic path Xiao Shan. This place is fated with me. It is heaven's arrangement that allowed me to meet you 2 brothers here. I want to create a brand new village on this mountain. I welcome any demonic path Gu masters to join us. Let's discuss our grand plan and unite to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Panghu's face was flushed with excitement. He gave a thumbs up and praised, brother, you are truly worthy of being called the most righteous hero, Shao, such a grand plan. Zhou Xingxing spat out a mouthful of saliva, ruthlessness flashed on his face. Damn it, I have been hunted down by the righteous path all these years, I have been on the run for my life, I have been very unhappy. Brother, I will definitely support you, let's do this. Good brother. Xiao Shan stretched out his hands, grabbing Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing's arms. After pondering for a while, he said, the demonic path is suspicious. To accomplish this, we need to put down our prejudices and suspicions, we need to trust others and follow the code of brotherhood. I have already thought of it. The village we will create will be called Yitian Village. This mountain will be called Yitian Mountain. Far away, Fang Yuan saw this and sighed faintly. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Yitian Mountain. The first time he saw this mountain, he had already recognized it. But he had not expected the true cause of the battle of Yitian Mountain in his previous life to be like this. In my previous life, my level was too low, my vision was limited to the mortal world. There were layers and layers of history behind the scenes, who obtained the immortal Gu House in my previous life. Fang Yuan was very curious about this. His gaze swept downwards, piercing through the soil and inspecting the immortal Gu House deep underground. Graceful chaotic duel stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie, it was unbreakable, the forbidden zone for immortals was its power leaking out. Evidently, it had the essence of food path, the Gu worms that formed the immortal Gu House were all well fed and in good condition. As for that rank 8 immortal zombie, although he had the great strength true martial physique, he mainly cultivated wisdom path. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed, he used some killer move and attempted to refine the immortal Gu House with his battle will. He did not succeed. His soul had completely perished, leaving behind only an empty shell. But he did not fail completely. He had left behind a large amount of battle will in the immortal Gu House, this battle will had already been purified by the immortal Gu House, becoming unowned pure battle will. When a battle occurs on Yitian Mountain, the Gu Master's battle will and the immortal Gu House's battle will resonate, the pure battle will would gradually transform into the Gu Master's personal battle will. If one person could transform the battle will in these immortal Gu Houses into their own battle will, then they would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then, that was to refine the immortal Gu House and become its true owner. The duel that Southern Borders Gu Immortals agreed upon revolved around this point. Firstly, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000 Li Gu Immortals could not take action personally, they could only choose mortals as their representatives. Next, they had to form a battlefield. Only through continuous intense battles could the mortal Gu Master's battle will be incessantly stimulated. Next, a simple wisdom path trick was done on the mortal Gu Masters. Finally, after the pure battle will in the immortal Gu House was infected, it would turn into the Gu Immortal's personal battle will. To sum it up, the Gu Immortal would choose a mortal and use the mortal as a tool, while the Gu Immortal would indirectly refine graceful chaotic duel stage. Xiao Shan was the person chosen by Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. He not only had Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's immortal Gu, he also had immortal essence and a large amount of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's battle will. But Xiao Shan was a mere mortal, he could only see the phantom image of an immortal Gu, he simply could not sense the truth. Of course, other than Xiao Shan, Xiao Mang was also a pawn of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. If not for Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's arrangement, how could Xiao Mang coincidentally find out about Xiao Shan entering the forbidden area? Chapter 971. After Xiao Shan repelled Shao Clan's pursuers and named this peak Yitian Mountain, he began to invite demonic cultivators and recruit soldiers. Before he was expelled from his family, he was known as supremely righteous and had a wide network of contacts. He was popular on both the righteous and demonic paths. Xiao Shan's personality was straightforward, he was clear about gratitude and grudges, and he valued relationships. On the other hand, the Xiao clan was weak and was being suppressed by the Wu clan and other factions. They had to strike from both sides. After all, sometimes demonic Gu masters could not be offended, especially those rank 4 or 5 lone wolves. These devil path experts were different from the righteous path experts. The demonic Dao powerhouses were lone wolves and acted without scruples. Righteous experts, on the other hand, had morals, family, reputation, and other restraints. All these years, in order to strengthen the Xiao clan had established the Xiao clan's caravan. Towards these demonic path powerhouses that roamed the world, they were even more careful than other families. These last years, Xiao Shan had let these demonic path Gu masters go when he could, roped them in when he could, and killed them when he could. Sometimes, he even helped some lone cultivators or demonic Gu masters. Thus, although he was a righteous path tribe leader, he was acknowledged by many Gu masters in the demonic path. All of this resulted in Xiao Shan's extremely powerful rallying power. When he decided to build a stronghold and the news spread, it immediately received many responses. Several days later, several demonic Dao experts, travel-worn, took the initiative to come to him. In addition, Southern Border's Gu immortals were secretly adding fuel to the fire, inserting their own chess pieces into this battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path Gu masters and lone cultivator Gu masters joined Tian village. After only 6 or 7 days, there were already more than 30 members in Tian's stronghold. This kind of growth speed caused even Xiao Shan himself to be secretly shocked and greatly surprised. Once there were more people, an organization would be formed. Any kind of organization. There had to be a difference in status. In the world of Gu masters, the strong were revered. Among everyone, Xiao Shan was not only the strongest. Moreover, his prestige was the highest, and he was publicly elected as the chief of Etian's stronghold. He sat firmly on the first seat. As for the other two, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing sat second and third respectively. After all, they were rank 5 experts, they were the strongest. As for the latecomers, most of them were rank 2 or 3, with very few being rank 4. They were arranged according to their cultivation and strength. In a cave, Fang Yuan was drinking with a Gu immortal. This rank 6 demonic path Gu immortal. He was short, but his head was huge. He was an old man, and people called him Gua Lao. "Come, brother Shenying, have a taste." "How does my melon wine taste?" Gua Lao enthusiastically urged. Fang Yuan knew the purpose of Gua Lao's visit, so he calmly took a sip, nodded, and commented, "Not bad." Not bad. Although Fang Yuan said yes, his expression was calm. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. Old Gua observed his expression. He chuckled, pointing outside the cave, "I wonder what Brother Shenying thinks about the Southern Border gamble." Fang Yuan said calmly, "This matter concerns the ownership of the graceful chaotic duel stage. No one will give way. Since everyone has participated in the bet, made a bet, and invested a huge amount of money, there shouldn't be any trouble." In the past, it had always been the righteous path suppressing the demonic path. Be it mortal Gu masters. It was still the Gu immortal world. But this time, it was an exception. An immortal Gu house had appeared. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was in an uproar. In order to compete for the immortal Gu house, demonic immortals and lone immortals rushed out. Because of this, the righteous path had no choice but to compromise and set this huge bet. The content of the bet was to choose mortal chess pieces to participate in the righteous and demonic battle on Tian Mountain, and help the Gu immortals behind the scenes to refine the immortal Gu house. But to participate in this huge bet, there were prerequisites. Any Gu immortal who wanted to participate in this bet had to place a bet. Whoever placed more bets and arranged a chess piece with a higher cultivation level would be able to join the gambling house earlier. Eventually, this huge bet ended, and all the bets had to be divided again. According to the amount of battle will each Gu immortal refined into the immortal Gu house, they would be ranked. Whoever had more battle will in the immortal Gu house would obtain more bets. Of course, the winner who refined more than 50% of the battle will and could activate the immortal Gu house would obtain the most bets. But other Gu immortals could also have some meat soup. They could even win big with a small amount, and obtain a huge fortune. This rule could be said to be the work of a god. Precisely because of this, all the Gu immortals participating in the bet, be they righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity with each other or not, they subconsciously joined forces to maintain this matchless bet. If anyone tried any tricks or went back on their word, their bets would be confiscated. Later Gu immortals could also join, but they had to participate in this duel. And as the duel progressed, Gu immortals could continue to raise their bets. And demonic immortal Guo Lao, who was in front of Fang Yuan, was someone who wanted to raise his bets. But he did not have any funds on hand. These last days, he had been borrowing money everywhere, everyone knew about it. This time, he specially looked for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent, Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention this duel. Fang Yuan had only casually evaluated, but Guo Lao squinted his eyes and gave a thumbs up, laughing exaggeratedly at Fang Yuan. Brother Xingying, you are right, you are absolutely right, you have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this duel are greater than the heavens. If anyone breaks the rules, they will become enemies with the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world. So if you want to earn some money, you have to participate in the duel. Look at the current situation. Even though the duel has just started, Shao Clan's supreme elder is in the lead. Shao Shan is his chess piece. In the battle between Shao Shan and Shao Mang, Shao Clan's supreme elder has already become the first person to convert his battle will in an immortal Gu house. As long as Shao Shan does not die, his advantage will continue to grow. Fang Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Shao Shan is a rank 5 Gu master and is the first to enter the casino. Shao Clan's supreme elder naturally has a huge advantage. However, he has also paid a huge price for this. Even though he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has invested the most bets. Even the other rank 8s cannot compare to him. Guo Lao nodded, smiling, showing his yellow teeth. That's right, the earlier the chess piece enters Tian Mountain, the more advantageous it is. Of course, the chess piece's cultivation level has to be guaranteed. It has to be at least rank 4, otherwise, if he dies inside, it would be a huge loss. Brother Xingying. I won't hide it from you, I want to use myself as a gambling stake. But I am in a tight spot right now. Brother Xingying, can you lend me some immortal materials for now? After the matter is over, I will return you double the amount. Fang Yuan smiled, sure. Guo Lao was overjoyed, he was about to thank him when Fang Yuan said, but we need to set a contract. Of course, it is also necessary. Guo Lao quickly nodded. Fang Yuan added, we also need to use immortal Gu as collateral. The joy on Guo Lao's face froze. Brother Xingying, what kind of joke is this? If I had immortal Gu, why would I need to scheme for this immortal Gu house? Fang Yuan's expression also changed immediately. His expression was cold, his eyes shined with a sharp light as he said, Guo Lao, you don't even have an immortal Gu, yet you want to scheme for an immortal Gu house? Don't you think you are being too whimsical, your appetite is too big? Xingying, you. Guo Lao was about to flare up, but he suddenly sensed the immortal Gu aura on Fang Yuan's body that was no longer concealed. He actually has an immortal Gu. Guo Lao's heart sank. Many rank 6 Gu immortals did not have an immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had one. This was out of Guo Lao's expectations. In his opinion, any Gu immortal with an immortal Gu, they would more or less have some fame. But Xingying clearly did not. He thought of Fang Yuan as a lone immortal in dire straits, only cultivating in a corner. But Fang Yuan had an immortal Gu, this made Guo Lao wary. First, with an immortal Gu. Their battle strength would increase by a large margin. Sheng Ying, who had an immortal goo, was not someone Guo Lao could deal with. So he could not flare up. He laughed dryly and cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. I was rude, please don't blame me, brother Sheng Ying. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, you can leave now. I'm leaving, goodbye. Guo Lao smiled and took a few steps back, before turning around and leaving. He did not dare to linger any longer. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared. He showed an expression of anger and humiliation. His gaze was cold as he roared in his heart, humph. Having an immortal goo is really amazing. Today's humiliation. I will remember it. When I have an immortal goo, I will definitely return everything I got today to you. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan pondered. Guo Lao's matter made him realize the gambling mentality of many bottom-level goo immortals. Most of these people did not have an immortal goo, so they were extremely eager to obtain an immortal goo house. Everyone knew that one could not become fat in one go, but when it came to themselves, who did not want to become rich overnight? The current gambling house gave these goo immortals a very good competitive environment. Under normal circumstances, like finding a wild immortal goo immortals would fight for it. These bottom-level goo immortals without immortal goo would have low battle strength. How could they be the match of other goo immortals? But this gambling house did not test the goo immortals' own battle strength, but other aspects. All of this gave the bottom-level goo immortals hope of winning. There were many examples like Guo Lao. Fang Yuan thought of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. According to reports, this rank 7 Righteous Path goo immortal was facing huge trouble. He had barely passed the previous tribulation, his strength had not recovered yet. And the next tribulation would be even more powerful, it was just around the corner. He was the only goo immortal left in Shao clan. Without the support of the clan's goo immortals, he would not be able to survive alone, he would die for sure. However, this battle had given him hope of survival. If he had an immortal goo house, he would have a high chance of surviving this tribulation. Therefore, this time, he emptied his bank account and staked it all on a single throw to place the biggest bet. These stakes gave him the qualifications to choose 2 chess pieces. Moreover, these 2 chess pieces had rank 5 cultivation level. Shao Shan was the first to enter the gambling house. Shao Mang, on the other hand, had to wait for some time before he could enter. Shao Shan was of the demonic path, while Shao Mang was of the righteous path. Regardless of the outcome of the demonic and righteous battle, Shao clan's Supreme Elder had made ample preparations. The 2 rank 5 chess pieces had little chance of dying. As time passed, Shao clan's Supreme Elder's advantage would become greater. This time, I purposely leaked the aura of an immortal goo. It is enough to make other goo immortals wary, they will not think that I am weak. I need to participate in this gambling house properly. The information leaked in the gambling house is extremely precious, it is the best chance for me to interact with Southern Border's goo immortal world and understand the structure of Southern Border's goo immortal forces. As for this gambling house, maybe I can participate personally. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Chapter 972. The forbidden zone for immortals was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This region covered the surrounding thousands of li of Tian Mountain. Any goo immortal who entered would be greatly suppressed. If they went too deep, their lives would be in danger. Before the bet was made, Southern Border's goo immortals had probed it. But even rank 8 goo immortals had to return empty-handed. In addition, due to the external pressure from the competitors, this unprecedented bet was formed. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this forbidden zone for immortals had a loophole. This loophole was immortal goo. Immortal goo could be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but their power would be greatly reduced. Shao clan's Supreme Elder had placed an immortal goo in Shao Shan's body, and secretly left behind immortal essence to protect Shao Shan's life to a certain extent. After all, Shao Shan was a descendant of Shao clan's Supreme Elder. Immortal Gu can be used in the Forbidden Zone for immortals, but Gu immortals cannot enter. Does this mean that this Forbidden Zone only targets Gu immortals themselves? Fang Yuan had this guess in his mind. Then, what was the main difference between Immortal Gu and Gu immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the key. Immortal Gu were carriers of Dao marks. Gu immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan naturally thought of immortal apertures. Maybe immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal Gu did not have immortal apertures, but Gu immortals definitely had immortal apertures. If the Forbidden Zone targeted immortal apertures, maybe Fang Yuan could use this loophole to participate in the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain. I am different from others, I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the first mortal aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the second immortal aperture. If I can seal the immortal aperture. If I become a mortal rank 5 Gu Master again, would I be able to enter the Forbidden Zone for immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt there was hope. He did not have the method to seal the immortal aperture. But he had Wisdom Gu and Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. He could completely deduce it himself. Moreover, I also have the method to relocate immortal apertures and successfully moved star form blessed land. This is a great reference for my deductions. Right, there is also Blazing Heaven Demonis Fire Path aperture taking method, maybe I can gain more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. Because of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, she created this fire path aperture taking technique. I might be able to obtain some of old immortal Kong Ju's research results from her. Fang Yuan's thoughts became more active. Old immortal Kong Ju. He was publicly recognized as a refinement path supreme grandmaster, on par with long-hair ancestor and old eccentric Tian Nan. He had the deepest understanding of immortal apertures and apertures. Until now, no one had surpassed him. If Fang Yuan could obtain some of his inheritances, it would definitely be of great help in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. Fang Yuan Gu 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 Immortal Sect Gu Gu Sect. According to the standard of the wager, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master had to wait 3 months before he could step onto the stage of Yi Tian Mountain. He had many immortal materials in his possession. He had a lot of capital, so he could definitely increase the stakes. However, he was a newcomer after all, and if he acted rashly, he would definitely die. If he attracted the attention of other Gu immortals, even if a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked Fang Yuan, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, they could increase the stakes as they wished during the bet. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Other than that, the graceful chaotic duel stage also made his heart beat faster. After all, this was an immortal Gu house. And this immortal Gu house contained the secret of food path. After so many years, not a single Gu worm had starved to death. If he could obtain the secrets of food path from it, he might be able to resolve the problem of feeding Fang Yuan's immortal Gu. It was a great help. Fang Yuan quietly left the vicinity of Yi Tian Mountain and used fixed immortal travel. He secretly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the following period of time, he paid close attention to the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain. On the other hand, he was actively deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. The deduction method progressed rapidly. Wisdom Gu was worthy of being a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, it would be of great help. Over a month later, the righteous and demonic battle of Yi Tian Mountain had already swept through southern borders mortal world. Practically all the major powers and experts of the southern border had their attention drawn by this great battle. After Xiao Shan created Yi Tian village, it attracted the first wave of righteous path attacks. These were the experts sent by Wu clan, the super force closest to Yi Tian Mountain. Wu Shintong. Wu clan elder, rank 4 peak stage, enslavement path Gu master. Enslavement path Gu masters specialized in fighting one against many, they were most afraid of beheading the leader. Thus, Wu Shentong had 3 rank 4 Gu masters with him to protect his life. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Gu masters were clan leaders of clans that were under Wu clan. The last one was Wu clan elder, his personal guard, Wu Shentong. The beast group attacked Tian Mountain like a tidal wave. The newly created Tian village of the demonic path was drowned by the beast group. Many demonic path Gu masters died, but with the attacks of Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu, and Zhou Xingxing, 3 rank 5 Gu masters, Wu Shentong was forced to retreat with heavy injuries, while 2 rank 4 righteous path Gu masters lost their lives. Although Wu Shentong's attack was repelled, to the newly created Tian village, it was a huge blow. If Wu Shentong did not die, Xiao Shan and the rest would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Just when the 3 of them decided to stake it all on this, risking their heavy injuries to descend the mountain and kill Wu Shentong, a demonic path Gu master came up the mountain. Moreover, he brought Wu Shentong's severed head. This person was called Lu Zuanfeng. He was also a rank 5 Gu master, and was known as the #1 divine thief in southern border. He had a demonic path Gu immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Zuanfeng relied on his elusive stealth methods to kill Wu Shentong and resolve Tian stronghold's crisis. The first wave of righteous path attacks crumbled completely. Wu clan was not resigned to this. They quickly sent a second elder to fight. And this time, they gathered 2 new elders of Shang clan, Yan Tu and Zhu Kai Bei. In the second battle between righteous and demonic, both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang went up the mountain together, joining Tian village. These 2 Gu masters were not simple, they were Gu masters of southern border. The famous Flying Master. Tian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, the righteous path invited a female Gu master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to a righteous path force. But Hong Fei Yu was alone. She could not resist the alliance of 2 demonic flying masters. At the moment of Hong Fei Yu's life and death, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang's aptitude rose through Shang Yan Fei's guidance. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Fei Yu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought 1 against 2. He fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, eventually stalling for time until the righteous path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern border's 3 great flying masters became the 4 great flying masters with Wei Yang at the head. Wei Yang's addition caused the righteous and demonic battle to fall into a deadlock again. However, as second zombie king walked up Tian mountain, the enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked Wu Shentong, they had no choice but to retreat. The second battle between righteous and demonic came to an end. It seems it is because of me. The battle of Tian mountain has also undergone some changes. Fang Yuan observed as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Tian mountain should have had the upper hand at this stage. This was because Wang Xiao joined Tian mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely fierce and even threatened Xiao Shan, attempting to seize the position of the leader of the demons. But on Sancha mountain, Wang Xiao was killed by Fang Yuan. In this life, Tian mountain did not have Wang Xiao, and was almost suppressed by the righteous path. Fortunately, there was second zombie king. He appeared in advance and saved the demonic path's decline. Second zombie king came from the southern border zombie alliance branch. He was likely a chess piece of a southern border immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. He had once left behind an inheritance on Mubei mountain and became an enslavement path Gu master, Ding Hao. But in this life, Ding Hao was also killed by Fang Yuan. In the battle in my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save his master, Second Zombie King. Now, if Second Zombie King encounters a calamity, who will block it for him? Fang Yuan was curious about this. The Battle of Yitian Mountain continued like wildfire, but Fang Yuan encountered difficulties in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. He was facing a bottleneck, he needed to use other methods to get past it. Otherwise, he would need 17 to 18 years to deduce it with his own efforts. Fang Yuan asked Blazing Heaven Demoness for help. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, it was enough for Fang Yuan to get past this hurdle. But Blazing Heaven Demoness took the chance to ask for a higher price, she mentioned borrowing Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others naturally wanted a share. But Southern Border's Gu Immortals were working together to fight, they could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals, once they appeared, they would be ostracized and killed by Southern Border's Gu Immortals. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border was the most xenophobic region. Eastern Sea was the least xenophobic, followed by Central Continent. Thus, He Lulan and the others wanted to interfere, they wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling. Borrowing an immortal killer move and borrowing an immortal gu were 2 different concepts. Once an immortal killer move was borrowed, the secrets contained within would be known by other gu immortals, they would know the pros and cons of the move, they could easily think of ways to counter the immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had no choice but to compromise. He borrowed Vaguely Familiar Face and obtained a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, he paid a huge price, but he also quickly obtained his rewards. After overcoming the bottleneck, the speed at which he deduced the dermic art sped up once again, and everything went smoothly. Chapter 973. Central Continent. Boom! Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion formed a majestic heat wave that spread out in all directions at an incomparably fast speed. In just a breath of time, the dense forest within 1,000 li was completely obliterated, turning into a barren land of sand. The 8-rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court gradually showed themselves. They formed a circle, all of them were heavily injured, they stared at the lonely figure standing at the center with solemn gazes. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was straight, he was proud like a spear. He slowly moved his pupils, a sword light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The 8 Gu immortals were shocked, 3 of them even subconsciously took a step back. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered many losses from this sword pupil. But the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes only flashed for a moment. Next, the light in his eyes completely vanished. He did not move, he was like a statue. Success! We finally killed the remnant soul in Bo Qing's body, the Celestial Court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief, they had won this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-venerable, but he only had a corpse left, the remnant soul in his body was still Mo Yao's. The Celestial Court Gu immortals targeted this weakness, they used tactics to completely destroy Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Without the remnant soul, immortal zombie Bo Qing showed no signs of movement. It has been a long time since I had such a shocking battle. Among the Celestial Court Gu immortals, someone sighed. Thankfully, this immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise, some of us would have died in this battle. It is a pity we did not leave any survivors, take this immortal zombie body to Celestial Court and store it properly, I am going back to sleep. Previously. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chen Tian, and Lian Jiu Sheng used the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Bo Qing fought against 3 immortals. His sword path power was unparalleled. The three immortals of Celestial Court could not match him, they could only ask for reinforcements. 5 Celestial Court Gu Immortals. He had no choice but to interrupt his slumber and descend to the mortal world to provide support. 8 Gu Immortals formed the ancient battle formation. After a month, they finally killed Yumu Chun and destroyed Mo Yao's remnant soul. After the battle ended, the 5 Celestial Court Gu Immortals returned to their headquarters and went back to sleep. Their lifespans. There weren't many left, so they had to be used wisely. Bai Qin Tian and Lian Jiusheng also wanted to leave. Their situation was much better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to take care of their descendants and sections. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Qin Tian, and persuaded Lian Jiusheng to go to the source of falling heavenly river to search again. As for himself, he flew to the Celestial Court. We may have won this battle. I feel more and more uneasy, as if the end of the world is coming. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. This old rank 8 Gu Immortal frowned. He stepped into the tower and continued his calculations. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to move. In the past, he only needed to expend 1 bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, for some reason, the amount of immortal essence expended for each step increased by several times. Ever since I took control of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan had already changed his appearance. He sealed his immortal aperture and stepped onto Tian Mountain. Ever since he obtained a portion of Blazing Heaven Demoness Kong Ju inheritance, Fang Yuan did not encounter any more obstacles in his deductions. He used the method of sealing his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sealed his immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Gu Master, officially stepping onto this stage. At this time, on Tian Mountain, the situation had changed greatly. Large numbers of Gu Masters joined the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path launched the 3rd and 4th wave of attacks. Be it righteous or demonic, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King gathered many disciples. The zombie army was a huge headache for the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu worked together to suppress Lan Meihe and Fei Yu Wang. They had a slight advantage in the air. But behind the righteous path, there was Dr. Xing Shou. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border. He was extremely skilled in healing injuries. With him around, the righteous path Gu Masters suffered few losses. Many of the injured recovered quickly. They did not fear fighting head-on. Xiao Shan knew that if this went on, the righteous path's advantage would continue to grow, thus he used a diversion tactic and charged down the mountain, starting the 5th battle between righteous and demonic. He, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing fought from the front, while secretly ordering Lu Zuanfeng to sneak attack the righteous path's rear, attempting to kill Dr. Xing Shou. In the end, Dr. Xing Shou was not killed. On the contrary, the righteous path's Shang Fu Shi played along, setting up an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. Second Zombie King died. The demonic path's disadvantage rapidly increased. At this time, Killer Ghost Dr. Chou Jiu ascended Tian Mountain, suppressing Dr. Xing Shou and salvaging the situation. Chou Jiu saved many demonic path Gu Masters' lives, quickly rising to the 3rd position. Lu Zuanfeng was 2nd, while Xiao Shan was still 1st. As for Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been pushed to the 4th and 5th positions. Because of Chou Jiu's existence, the demonic path was recuperating and growing stronger. And because of the demonic path's rising star Mo Wu Tian, they challenged him several times. Many righteous path experts were lost. Shang clan sent Dr. Su Shou and Dr. Xing Shou. Finally, they evened the gap caused by Chou Jiu. Phantom Path Inheritor, Yan Clan's young clan leader Yan Jun, the moment he appeared, he sneaked into Tian Mountain and killed Chou Jiu before leaving. The righteous path's morale was greatly boosted. They attacked again, starting the sixth righteous demonic battle. But they fell into the demonic path's trap. It turned out that Chojiu had remnant life goo. As long as his body was mostly intact, he could revive. After Yen Jun killed him, he secretly revived, but pretended to be dead, luring the righteous path into the trap. In the sixth battle, Mo Wu Tian displayed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 goo masters in the chaotic battle. Even Yen Jun lost to him, suffering heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, while the demonic path also suffered great losses. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and recuperated. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan ascended Tian Mountain and joined Tian village. He pretended to be rank 3, and after joining, his position in Tian village was not even above 100. The higher-ups arranged for him to guard the archery tower. Fang Yuan kept a low profile. He buried himself in his work and did not attract any attention. He waited patiently for 3 days, seeing that no goo immortals appeared to stop him. He started to secretly convert the battle will in the immortal goo house. There were already 600 demonic path goo masters who joined Tian village. Among these people, some were pawns of the goo immortals, some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them. He was inconspicuous. He made a huge profit in silence. Using his wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he rapidly converted the battle will in the immortal goo house. Other goo immortals could only use their pawns to fight, indirectly converting the battle will. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight. He could continue to convert the battle will. After all, it was a goo immortal's main body. It was extraordinary. Days passed. The righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After a few breaths, they recovered their stamina and fought again. The 7th battle between both sides ended in a draw again. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path supply line. On the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box goo to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, Southern Border's super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan and others, their clan leaders also appeared and joined the battlefield. The battle between righteous and demonic became increasingly intense. It affected countless goo masters and countless forces' attention. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a different scene. Righteous and demonic sides fought. It looked very lively, but the true manipulators were the Southern Border goo immortals. These last days, the goo immortals were also fighting. Although there was no official conflict, there were endless schemes and plots in the dark, colluding and deceiving each other. It was a feast for the eyes. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of information from them. His understanding of Southern Border's goo immortal world increased rapidly. He converted a large amount of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage was like a bottomless pit. Another month passed. On this day, Old Man Inkstone and more than 10 goo immortals secretly came to the surroundings of Tian Mountain. He breathed in deeply and said with a slightly trembling tone, "The Celestial Court has already found out and is making preparations for an expedition to Southern Border. Time waits for no one, we can start early." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, you're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.